One is the frame buffer coordinate system, and then the other is apparently like CSS, your style sheets. Apparently, it has its own coordinate system. And so I've got to get these coordinate systems to play nice, and I've never done WebAssembly or web dev before, so I have no idea what I'm doing. It just occurred to me I didn't go live on YouTube, so I'm fixing that right meow. Okay. There we go. Live on YouTube. Hello, my YouTube viewers. I am off work today, so I am going to spend a little bit of extra time doing some software development to see if I can make a lot of progress. Currently trying to figure out why my events in WebAssembly aren't quite working the way I need them to. I do have events working now, by the way. It turns out Raylib events suck. Cloud-related certifications? I have no idea. No idea whatsoever. I think for me, personally, in my domain of expertise, I have never stressed about certifications until a job required it and then paid me to get it, right? So I've done things like, I have CompTIA Security Plus. So generally understanding like what are like what do you call it attack vectors, like understanding the different surfaces that attacks could be applied to, being aware of what networking is, kind of really high level stuff, what memory is, how a computer works. It's been a couple years. I actually don't remember anything that the Security Plus certification taught me, because I just had to study a book and then take a freaking $800 exam. Yeah, I would say certificates are very industry dependent, and if you can, have someone pay you to do it. Let's see here. What do we got? We've got something popping up. Raylib's resize callback sets the canvas drawing buffer, but the mouse scale is never updated for the web platform. Raylib only applies CSS versus buffer scaling for touch events, never for mouse. So get mouse position and GLFW get cursor position give the same wrong value. The GLFWM script import records positions in the canvas element CSS relative coordinates, but the frame buffer is sized to window.innerWidth height. If the canvas's CSS size differs from the frame buffer size, which is almost always the case with default and script and shells, mouse clicks land in the wrong spot. Apply the same scaling Raylib uses for touch, screen over canvas size, in our mouse button callback. Now build for both desktop and WebAssembly to verify. Oh boy. Okay, so updated fix, GLFW callbacks. In scripting, we now scale the cursor position. My first fix was enough. Okay, so let's see. Well, that's not working. Let me build it myself. I don't know. This might be above my pay grade. What should be happening is when you click into black space, the colors of these rectangles will change. That's working. But when you click on a rectangle, it should turn green. That worked. But when I click on this rectangle, it should also turn green. I think that was a random color change. This is, you know what? That's also a problem I should fix for debugging purposes, because that gets confusing really quick. Basically, our cycled colors should not include green, because green is kind of our debug. Hey, Dark, how's it going? Okay, that turned green like it's supposed to. Oh, wait, that worked. Oh, but now it's not. Okay, it's something's still off. Yeah, that didn't. It's almost like, you know what? I should get rid of the rotation. But my suspicion is it's not handling the transforms correctly. So let's get rid of rotations. And let's also get rid of scaling. Simplify the problem. Whenever you're debugging, always simplify the problem. Okay. So it should have turned green there, and it's not. It turned green here, which makes me think that it thinks the rectangle is in the top left corner. So this isn't turning green. But if I clicked on this spot, like relative in the top left corner here, no, that's not working either. So somewhere, ooh, is it right there? Yeah, it's right here. Okay. So the translation still isn't working. We're still in some kind of weird coordinate space. I wonder, is this getting in the way? Let me refresh. Resize. I don't know what that does. Yeah. So, like, it thinks the rectangle's here when it's actually here. Hey, Javan, Javin, American English, Javin, Javan. I am doing coding. We're doing C++. We are working on events. More specifically, we are working on events in a web browser using C++, also called WebAssembly. Up until today, my WebAssembly code hasn't been handling events. So anytime we got things working on the desktop, whether it's Windows, Linux, Mac, events worked fine. But anytime I tried to open up the web version of my application, the events were not working whatsoever. Turns out part of the issue was Raylib. Now it's very possible I'm just not using Raylib correctly. But Raylib didn't appear to be playing nice, or at least Raylib events were not really playing nice with multi-threaded WebAssembly, which I am making use of so that I don't have to manually handle WebAssembly updates. So what I am doing instead is bypassing Raylib event handling entirely and implementing it myself. So inside GLFW callbacks, GLFW is the windowing library that Raylib uses. I am accessing that windowing library directly and registering my own callbacks to instantiate and push my own events instead of using Raylib events, giving me more fine-grained control. The downside being that I am now in charge of events. So any issues that pop up, I have to fix. So that's kind of where things are at right now. I would not say C++ is similar to Python or Visual Basic. I guess syntax-wise, Python is decently close. But there's a lot more complexity in how you compile and link against projects versus Python that you can just import, right? But yeah, there's something going on here, and the problem is I don't know enough about WebAssembly to know how to fix this. So I have been using an LLM to try and help me explain what's going on, and it kind of makes sense. There's apparently a canvas that all of this is getting rendered to that has its own coordinate system that has to potentially be accounted for. And so I'm trying to like guide the AI to help me debug the problem and be like, hey, can you print this, or can you do this, that kind of thing. And they updated, oh boy. So they're adding an if defined emscripten. We're not quite there yet. I commented out rotation and scaling in main.cpp. How far off are we? We're like, is that like 25 pixels off? Something like that? The event is getting handled about 25 pixels to the left of what is actually being rendered. There are two layers, both are tracked. Problem is we didn't know the layer which is tracking the most. Yeah, it's like so typically in a desktop application, you have your window, right? And that's it. You just have this window. And then in like the top left corner here is 00, and then the bottom right corner is whatever the resolution is. 512 by 512, 1080p by 1920, whatever you have it, right? So when you receive a mouse event, you have the position relative to that top left corner. But in a web browser, the web browser is the window. And inside that web browser is a view, which is the website. And inside that website is another box that is rendering the graphics. That's what we're seeing here. So there is some level of coordinate translation that has to happen to get this global event from a mouse into this canvas so that the events are getting handled correctly. I just don't know what I need to do to fix that. And what I don't know is I don't know if I need to handle that translation via C++. If Emscripten has an API like this, what is this? Emscripten get element CSS size. Like, I didn't know Emscripten had a function like that, right? Because I've never really used Emscripten directly. So there's some kind of level of effort that needs to go into these coordinate translations, and I gotta learn how it's being done, and then maybe come up with an API that makes sense. Did I hear my cat? You guys see my cat? What are you doing? What are you doing? What? He's just chilling on the floor. Gave him a perfectly good chair, and he's just chilling on the floor. So mouse button callback. And I honestly would have thought, because Emscripten uses GLFW under the hood, I honestly would have thought it would have handled this for us, but maybe I was wrong to think that. Or maybe I'm just doing something entirely wrong and I don't know it yet. Yes, that's what we're looking at right now, is translating it mathematically. I'm using AI to debug the problem to see if it can, first of all. And then if it's able to give me useful information, use that to come up with those math equations. So it looks like you can acquire the pound canvas. What is pound canvas? Is that... Is there a way to view, inspect? Oh, you guys seeing all this flashing? You're not seeing it, but I have the inspector open so I can like mouse over different elements in the inspector, and I guess it's showing you what I'm selecting. I'm trying to find this canvas. Resize canvas is a checkbox. Async source, Awen.js. I don't know. This also might be a future problem. Maybe I move on and continue with just desktop development. I'm not sure. Especially if the LLM's like taking this long. Makes me think it's not a straightforward problem to solve. The mscripten GLFW port records cursor positions in the canvas element's pixel space, but Raylib sizes its frame buffer to window.inner width and height. When the canvas's CSS size does not match its drawing buffer, mouse coordinates are in a different space than drawn geometry. Raylib applies this exact correction itself for touch events, but not for mouse events, so we replicate it here. I wonder if I can debug that. Send virtual head pats. Oh, that's a good idea. I don't know how. He's not in here right now, but next time he's in here, I'll definitely give him a couple of head pats. That's a good idea. I need to figure out a way to do that. Oh, the LLM made a mistake. It's calling itself out. Wait a minute. So maybe mscripten does do it for you? mscripten's GLFW already converts to the canvas buffer pixel via browser.calculate mouse chords. So my added scaling was actually a double correction. Let me revert. Oh. That's what I was wondering. I was like, man, I would have expected mscripten to automatically handle this for you. Now I'm wondering, since I took out the scaling and the rotation, if maybe there's something else going on. Also, my YouTube viewers, I apologize for the no music. YouTube scares me. I fear putting any kind of noise on YouTube. And if you're watching vertically, just so you know, there is a horizontal view on my channel as well to watch live. You get a little bit more viewing space, a little bit more detail. Windows, what is that? Windows touch and Windows pointer, Windows Manager touch, Windows Manager GDK event touch. Yeah, so I am using GLFW, which wraps all of that. So I am hoping GLFW handles this for us, and maybe I'm just using the API incorrectly. Okay, so let's see what this is saying. I mean, this isn't the first time it said it found the actual bug, so we will see if that's actually true. But it did say it made a mistake. Found the actual bug. When using mscript in GLFW, browser.calculate mouse coordinates gets overridden by GLFW with this scaling. Adjusted x times equal GLFW active width divided by rectangle width. That uses the GLFW's window width, the value passed it init window. But Raylib resizes the canvas back buffer to inner width without telling GLFW. So mouse chords are mapped into a 1280 wide space while drawing happens That's the approximate 25 pixel offset. Confirmed. So is this an issue with me trying to bypass Raylib? Root cause was a coordinate space mismatch baked into Scripton's GLFW shim. It's overridden, scales DOM mouse events. Oh boy. We'll see. So what is it trying to do now? We get the window size, we get the cursor position. So there's a GLFW window size and a get screen. Oh, we're using Raylib's API, get screen. This will be interesting. But this is basically that coordinate translation. I don't know. This makes me think I probably shouldn't be trying to bypass Raylib and wonder if there's a better solution. I just want events to work in my web page. Is that so wrong? That's promising. It works. Oh, thank our AI overlords. It works. So when I click in the black, it changes it randomizes the colors. And then if I click on the rectangle, it should turn green. It is working. Okay. So it is very possible that me using GLFW bypassing Raylib's event handling is causing this problem. The problem is using Raylib's event handling makes it to where I can't use events in a web browser, and I don't know why. Oh, also, the other issue we were having before where we couldn't see the events being pressed that I was hitting, check it out. Over here. Over here. Oh, that's awkward. VS Code is registering the events as well. So if I hit F4, then hit F5, it refreshes the page. If I hit the arrows, it's picking up the arrows now. Picks up tab now, so it's getting all of those. We got all of that fixed. Okay, so we also need to make sure rotating and scaling still works. So I think rotation is a little easier. If I just build, does it automatically like refresh? Or if I hit F5 to refresh? Okay, there we go. Okay, so I should be able to click around this box even though it's rotated. And it will just change its color and not turn green. Oh my god. It's working. Okay, does scaling work? I don't know about you guys, but it's just so cool to me that I can write C++ and build an app and have it show up in a web browser. And that web browser is inside VS Code, so I can literally just have everything running in a single IDE almost. F5 to refresh. Okay, so it's scaled. Does scaling work? Should just change color. Should not change green. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, please, thank you. Holy shit. Okay, so events are working in WebAssembly, but after these changes, we still need to make sure events work on the desktop. All that looks fine. All right. I need to make sure events work. So we're still on Linux, so let me build Clang debug here, make sure events work on the desktop. That's the best part about programming. Now, I want a caveat. I did just use an LLM to help me debug the problem. But over the years of me doing this, the best part about programming is learning a new way to solve a problem and it actually working, and everything just lines up and clicks, and it's like, oh, let's freaking go. That's the best part about programming. The worst part, oh, there's so many worst parts. I don't know. Let's build this. That built, let's run it. Resizes. Let's make sure events are working. Did that turn green over there? That's not good. Oh, that's not good. It's turning green right here, where it was originally. Does that mean this turns green? Oh, no. Okay, so when I resize the window, events don't work. All right. Let me make sure that's true on Windows as well, because trying to do this on Linux in a WSL environment is a little rough. So let's hop over to our local. Conversion from int to unsigned short, possible loss of data. Didn't I fix this? Key is an integer, but I'm using event keyboard. So this needs to be static cast standard underlying type. Event keyboard key. Mapped const object must be initial. Oh, I screwed something up. Oh, I forgot the parentheses. Make that a little bit easier to read, I think. Makes sense to me. All right. So that works. Now, if I resize the window, yeah, that's it's not working. Now, I don't know if the issue is because the resizing is wrong, because I almost would have expected this stuff to stay put, but when I resized the window, everything moved with it. Oh, man. Or everything should scale. If I resize the window, do I resize the viewport, or does the viewport remain, like, constant? I also don't know how that works with Raylib. It's almost going to be like a resize event handle that I'm probably, again, because I am essentially overriding Raylib's implementation of events, which means I have to now handle everything, which isn't necessarily ideal. But I also couldn't figure out another way to do events in a WebAssembly. I also saw another potential solution was to invoke process events. You know what? I want to look something up. My understanding is the problem is end drawing. Yeah, Raylib doesn't really expose. The other option that I fear that may come is I'll have to abandon Raylib. If I abandon Raylib, what would I be able to use? SFML would be really straightforward, but I don't know if SFML works with WebAssembly. I could use SDL, but SDL kind of requires you to manage your own font textures, which is crazy talk. I'm not interested in like implementing and handling my own font cache. I don't need that level of control over performance. I don't know. Does SFML even like say what it supports, what platform it supports? Android, BSD, OpenBSD, Win32, Linux, Mac, iOS. Yeah, I'm not seeing Vulkan. I'm not seeing WebAssembly. I really want WebAssembly. Hey, Offline, how's it going? I think for making a game, especially like my first game, I want anyone to have like easy access to it, especially from like the perspective of demos. And my understanding is websites like itch.io is really beneficial to have like your game as a web app essentially, so that people can download and use it. My other options are always I can, make use of Qt or use Slint. We went over Slint a little bit. But then I am not really building the engine from scratch myself, so I won't have as much opportunity to talk C++ with my viewers. C++ developer yourself, huh? Heck yeah. Have you made anything with it yet? Or do you just tinker with like little toy projects? Oh, I did that wrong. Browser. Ghoul. That's not a website. Oh my god. I fear accidentally typing the wrong website in while I'm live streaming and ending up in places I shouldn't be. Does SFML support WebAssembly? Does not officially support WebAssembly. Has modernized many aspects of the library. The core development team is historically focused on desktop. See, SDL3 supports WebAssembly. Oh, do I go SDL? And the cool thing with SDL is I would have access to the events, unlike with Raylib, which kind of does a bunch of hand-holding. Game engine dev is very intimidating. as you could see, I am struggling immensely right now, and I haven't even done anything yet. I'm just trying to get events to work, and they kind of work until they don't, because when I resize, these rectangles are supposed to turn green, not change color. Only when it's like in the correct position do they turn green. It's annoying as heck. I've used SDL3 minimally for like window event handling. I attempted to do the new SDL3 GPU API, which is just like holy crap. Which I think is still a lot easier than using like Vulkan, but you still have to know what you're doing, right? You still have to know how to manage your buffer objects, your vertex buffer objects, your what's the other one? Your index buffers, array buffers. You still have to know what those are, and like what are good ways of managing that. When do you like batch everything or instantiate all your objects into a single buffer versus when to split them out into multiple buffers versus like a single buffer per rectangle you're drawing, which would be insane. That would be cool, but that would take a lot of time for me to like write up and figure out. Now, I do know that SDL3 supports immediate mode, just like Raylib, so I could do that. I also know that I could use SDL3's windowing and events and integrate a renderer like Skia, which is essentially what Android uses and what a lot of front-end application frameworks use is Skia, S-K-I-A. So I could do that, but even that takes a little bit of know-how to get set up. I just want things to work. I just want it to work, you know? Wait, I have Baldur's Gate tagged instead of coding? No, that can't be true. I have it set up to... Alright. Maybe OBS is broken. Hang on, I'm going to try this again. Alright. Can you refresh and tell me if that's still true? And is it on YouTube? Is YouTube saying I'm programming today? I am a terrible streamer. It says C++ on my screen. Oh, tag. You're right. Sorry. You're right. I got the tag wrong. CPP. What else am I doing? CPP, struggling, screaming, crying. What are some other tags I can use? VS Code. I'll do Raylib, but it'll probably... I'm like really close to swapping over to something else. So let me make sure, if I go back to Raylib event handling, which should be easy now, the way I wrote this, in theory, all I have to do is comment out my install glfw callback, and then it should give control back to Raylib. Oh, but the problem is I'm no longer handling the Raylib events, because Raylib doesn't let you handle the events, it just lets you consume them. Ugh. Okay, it's okay. Everything's okay. Where do I do that though? I did have a function for this, but I think I got rid of it. It's this function right here. Well, even this isn't what I wanted. This was supposed to be a workaround that doesn't actually work. Can I copy this? All right, I'm going to try and implement this again. Except this isn't what I want. I don't want is key, or maybe this is key pressed, is mouse button pressed. No, this isn't what I want. The problem with checking if is key pressed, is mouse button pressed, is there are opportunities for when you are not inside this function, where you were pressing, but then you let go right before this function gets called, and so it would return false. So I actually want events. So this doesn't work. None of this works. What do we not like? I need to include vector. Okay. Raylib events. How does this work? I need to get key. Is it get key pressed? Get key pressed, key code. Call it multiple times for keys queued. Return 0 when the queue is empty. So while. I need a while loop, I think. Get char pressed, Unicode. Call it multiple times, key code. Or I want to test mouse events right now though. So what's the mouse event equivalent? Get mouse X, get mouse Y. Nope. I need queued mouse events. Get mouse position. Input related functions. Get mouse position. Mouse wheel. Am I crazy? How do you... Oh, that's fine. I don't need mouse position. I need mouse button pressed. That makes more sense. Is gamepad button pressed? Get gamepad button. Is mouse button pressed? Is mouse button released? Wait, does Raylib not queue their mouse buttons at all? I may have made some assumptions I didn't realize. Raylib is an awesome and easy to use library until you need to do anything remotely involved with giving yourself a little bit more control. Gosh, do I need to switch over to SDL3? It is possible to lose some inputs if your program is single-threaded and you poll using is key down or is mouse button down every frame. When a mouse click or key press lasts less than the frame time, then it will not register. There are also is key pressed and is mouse button pressed that theoretically should solve this, but they have other problems. The solution is to put input polling into a separate thread. I did it and it works fine with Raylib input functions. If you put only minimum amount of stuff in that thread, then you can have crazy poll rates and thousands per second. I don't think it is humanly possible to make a mouse click that... If you're using GLFW version of Raylib, you can try to call the GLFW functions, which is what I was doing, which I could still do. This isn't necessarily an issue with Raylib. Depending on the backend you use, you can often hook directly into the input system such as GLFW, but that doesn't always solve the problem. It all really depends on exactly what you're attempting and why you need every input. For example, right now, if you press and release a key between frames, then any code polling is key down will not see that. So let's say you hook the keyboard event handler in GLFW and you get the press and release events and set clear flag. Here also you could miss the event if the key press releases inside a frame. The only option I know of to get every single input that is generated is to hook event handlers, then on every callback, create an event data structure and place it in the first in, first out queue, which is what I was doing with my GLFW solution. Then inside the main game loop, you pull that event queue. So that's what I was doing. To get around this, I disabled pull input events and indrawing and have a separate input thread operating at a higher frequency. That seems too much for what I need. Okay. Okay, so I am seeing that I need to control my own input events, which is what I was going down the path of doing. So I will install my own GLFW callbacks, uninstall them on destruction, though I don't know if I actually need to do that. It looks like there's a disable poll inputs, disable cursor, disable event waiting. Ooh. Disable waiting for events on indrawing, automatic event polling. No automatic event polling. Enable waiting for events. No automatic event polling. Disable waiting for events. What? Yeah, I saw the... Yeah, so get key pressed is exactly what I need for keyboard keys. The problem that I'm seeing is there is nothing for that on mouse. So if I'm sitting here like... Oh, why can I show you guys? Oh, I don't know if you can see it. But if I'm sitting here like constantly pressing this mouse button, I want all of those events. And it looks like Raylib does not give that to you. And so you could theoretically end up in a situation where mouse events don't get registered. And that's, I think, part of the problem I'm having with WebAssembly. I don't know if this is disable. Are there other disable functions in here? Disable cursor, disable event waiting. I guess that's it. Disable event waiting. Disable waiting for events on indrawing. Automatic events polling. I don't understand. If I'm disabling, so if I'm no longer waiting for events, why am I automatically polling for events? Does Raylib have an SDL backend? Are you kidding me? All right, what was that function called? Disable event, disable, wait, disable cursor, What's in drawing? Oh, wait, where's that defined? Where are these implementations defined at? RGLFW maybe? How do I search? Let's go back to here. I think I have to, yeah, there we go. Disable event waiting is what I'm looking for. R core. Core.window.event waiting is false. So I need to now find where that's being used in this code. Core.window.event waiting. Okay. So we are in a function, poll input events. Oh, so it's literally here to just wait. Wait for an input event before continuing. Otherwise, poll for events. So this does not disable event collection at all. And this occurs during the poll input events. Key press Q count, char press Q count, gamepad buttons. Okay. So I register my own callbacks inside GLFW, and then Raylib will call GLFW poll events unless I have event waiting set to true, which I really don't want. So I really just want it to be poll events. Wonder what's default. Enable waiting for events on indrawing. Disable waiting for events on indrawing. Disable event waiting. I have no idea if I need to set this or not. And I have no idea if I need to like init the window first. Disable event waiting. Hey Rocco, how's it going? All right, so everything I am seeing, I have to be in charge of my own destiny, register my own event handlers to have the full control of events that I want, which means I also need to account for window sizing. Which is happening here for this portion of it, but window resizing isn't playing nice, but it also could be because I'm not handling the resizing. Or Raylib is no longer handling the resizing. Is there a way I can verify? So this is what resizing looks like when I'm in charge of the events. This is what resizing looks like when Raylib is in charge of events. Crap. So I'm doing it wrong. See what happens if I do that. I keep getting this corrupt linking. I'm not sure why. It almost seems like Raylib is resizing a viewport when this happens. You ask Claude to make 1,000 embedded C++ questions for embedded programming flashcards. After 100 questions out of 1,000, it said I had to use my messages for the next hour. I've not tried to do well, I haven't had to like learn C++ with AI, so I've never really thought about the fact that like, oh, you could have it ask you flashcard questions, kind of give you a pop quiz. Ugh, pop quiz. Ugh, I don't miss school. All right, I want to see how Raylib is handling the resize callback because that's probably what I need to handle now. Where was that? It was like core. These are just header files. Windows size callback. We need this. Where's that? Oh, there's also a frame buffer size callback. We might also have to handle. Oh, that's GLFW. I don't need that. Window size callback. Nothing to do for now on window resize. Window size change callback runs when window is resized, so they don't do anything? Okay, so what do they do on frame buffer size callback? Oh. See, I can't do this. This is too much work. By registering my own callbacks, I am bypassing everything Raylib does to make Raylib work with itself. And so I would basically have to copy and paste these implementations to keep all of that continuously working. Dang it. Oh, what do I do? Guys, what do I do? Do I switch over to SDL3? Again, the problem is Emscriptum. It's WebAssembly. Raylib is not playing nice with WebAssembly, but SDL3 is just a smidge more complicated to get stood up, but it gives you a lot more flexibility and choice. I'm going to go grab a drink and use the bathroom and question myself and why I'm doing all of this. Oh. Decisions. I'm going to eat a cookie. That's fair. I find a good way to remember knowledge like that is to have experienced that knowledge, right? Until today, if someone asked me, hey, how does Raylib queue mouse events? I'd be like, oh, I assumed it's just like GLFW. It's GLFW under the hood. So it probably captures the mouse events, stores it in a queue or whatever, and then forwards it to Raylib. Turns out Raylib doesn't do that. And I wouldn't have known that, or I probably wouldn't have even remembered it if I just read about it versus experiencing it. So my recommendation is find a microcontroller and cause a stack overflow and figure out how to fix it, because then you will remember. Hey V, how's it going? I remember the first time I caused a stack overflow at compilation time. And it stuck with me. Because did you guys know there is a limit to how much memory you can have on the stack? Now, I don't know what that limit is anymore. And I'm sure it's like operating system or, platform dependent. But when I tried to compile an array of like, man, how big was the array I was trying to do? It was like 1 or 2 gigs. I tried to compile 1 to 2 gigabytes of data on the stack, and the compiler threw a fit. It was like, it basically called me dumb in many different ways. And that was when I realized when you're dealing with large amounts of data, it's probably better to use a vector. I've got so much fur under my desk because of my cat. This is my first spring, summer having this cat. So I'm not used to all the shedding that he's doing. I'm pretty much going to have to like sweep once a week minimum. This is getting out of hand. I hope I never accidentally leak the camera under my desk. Yeah, compile time. When you are compiling the application, compile time. So you have runtime, right? When the application's actively running. So if someone talks about like, hey, this is a runtime error, it's happening while the application is running. If it's a compile time error, then it's happening during compilation. Const expr being compile time. Oh, I've got a decision to make. Okay, if I need to make the decision of switching to a different rendering, event handling, window handling API, what are my options out there? I'm aware of SDL. SDL is fantastic. It is a little low level, so it does give you lots of control, but the low levelness of it means you do have to handle some stuff on your own. Like textures and text are like separate libraries of SDL that you have to like manage yourself. Which I'm not necessarily opposed to doing. It's just that's not really where my interests lie, especially if I want to just get a game up and running. So I don't know what my other options are. There's SFML, but I think part of my requirement is WebAssembly. I do want to support WebAssembly. I don't think I need Android all that much, but I do want WebAssembly. There's heavier libraries out there. I'm aware of libraries like BGFX. What else? Ogre. I'm aware of Ogre. That's a little heavy-handed. That's like 3D, isn't it? I wish there was like I honestly wish there was SFML, but supports WebAssembly. That's really what I want. WebAssembly 2D graphics libraries. WGPU, isn't that Rust? Oh no. Am I about to discover that I need to use Rust? Speedy 2D, a hardware accelerated 2D graphics library that is easy to use and works on both native and web via WebAssembly. I've never heard of Speedy 2D. The answer is going to be SDL. I just know it. I really don't want a low-level graphics library. Okay, so I could do, if I did SDL, maybe I could do Skia for handling, does Skia manage textures and fonts? Yes, the Skia graphics engine actively manages both textures and fonts, though it relies on underlying operating systems or backends. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if Skia handles the fonts and texts for me, now it is a little heavy-handed for simple games. But Skia could work. I think getting it set up is pretty complicated. And I think it's a heavy API. Nice. Come here, Trill. Come here. Come here. He's in here looking at me like feed me, but he has food. You want to say hi? Huh? Want to say hi? Hmm? How's it going? Hmm? There you go. Yeah, there you go. Want to say hi? You got a couple people watching you. What do you want? Hmm? Oh my god, fur everywhere. Jeez. Oh, Skia. And I think part of the problem with Skia is I have to manually handle the setup for all the different platforms I want to support. I don't think it does it automatically. So if I use like SDL for the window management and inputs, I still have to like get access to the window handles, graphics contexts, surfaces, things like that. So that gets pretty complicated. So I'd prefer something that honestly, that's what I need. I need SDL and Skia wrapped in a library and have it automatically work. Has anyone done that? Should I do that? Should I make an open source library that wraps SDL and Skia and makes it easy for people to use? Hey Nathan, how's it going? Are there any libraries that wrap Skia for ease of use? Yes. Skia is a notoriously heavy, low-level C++ library. Several wrappers and higher-level frameworks have emerged to make it easier. .NET. I'm sorry for my C# developers out there, but C# is not for me. JavaScript, TypeScript. That's crazy talk. Python. I knew it was gonna say Flutter. By the way, being a C++ cross-platform developer over the years and dealing with the pain of making sure your C++ works on all these platforms, I might become a Flutter convert. Because it just works. It works out of the box for everything, everywhere. Yeah, I don't think Skia's too heavy for what I'm trying to do. So maybe it's just going to be SDL3. Gosh. Which means I'm going to have to manage my own freaking textures and fonts. Which means more work, more control, but more work. Are there any renderer libraries written in SDL? DRM GUI. That makes sense. RML UI, C++ library based on HTML, CSS, libtcod, a library specifically for roguelike development that includes an optimized SDL2 renderer to handle console-style graphics. What's this? 1.2K stars, updated last month. A collection of tools and algorithms for developing traditional roguelikes such as field of view, pathfinding, a tile-based terminal emulator. That's kind of cool. Oh, and they use VC package. I don't care. I don't care if this is the worst library ever written. I am already a fan. If I find in the wild a C or C++ or even Rust at this point, if I find a project that is using VC package, Clang format, Clang tidy, CMake, I immediately know these people know what they're doing, and we would be best friends. Oh my God, they use VC package. This is amazing. They're using modern CMake. These people literally know what they are doing. Holy crap, what is this library? libtcod. libtcod? What is TCOD? A collection of tools and algorithms for developing traditional... Is this what I want to use? Do they have documentation? This seems like a small enough library that they might not have documentation. Latest documentation is here. They have a website. They have readthedocs.io. Holy crap, what is this? They teach you how to use CMake, which, cool. Getting started. Context parameters, window title, SDL window flags, vsync, param args, SDL events, context convert event coordinates, optional, converts pixel coordinates into tile coordinates. Interesting. Oh, tile. So T might be tile. So that is a downside. This, I'm not necessarily, I mean, I'm definitely not making a tile-based game right now. And it seems like this library is designed around tile-based games. But man, it's so cool to find other libraries out in the world that know what they're doing. Like, the stuff I spout on my stream, I'm not making it up. Like, it's just the more modern way of managing your projects. I gotta remember this. How do I want to start? Because if I ever make a tile-based game, this might be the way to go. They even support Conan. That's kind of cool. They have a Discord. They have everything. Jeez. Man, I don't want to leave them, but I got to keep going. It's a little too specific for what I need. STL Universe, basic software renderer. All right, I think I might just have to break down and use SDL. And the upside is with SDL 3, I think even now, more recently, the 2D like immediate mode rendering uses Vulkan Metal DirectX 12 under the hood. Where are the release notes? There's release notes somewhere. Stable bug fix release. Added support for Switch 2. I mean, SDL supports Switch 2. When I make it big and my game becomes super popular and I need to put it on the Switch. I think it's right here. Added GPU device creation properties to enable the GPU API on older hardware. Added get default texture scale mode. Render texture, grid tile, no tile, SDL is so complicated. Load PNG, save PNG. I don't know what to do here. What version will come with VC package? All right, they're on version 348. Oh, man. It's going to be so much work. Okay, let's do this. I want to make sure that, because I did make some changes that I do want to keep and get committed that have nothing to do with Raylib. I definitely want that. I definitely want that. I want that. I guess I need to get this back into a state that is usable. So I think I got to get rid of the GLFW callback registration. I don't think that's the answer. So let's undo that. Let's undo this. I want to keep that. I don't want to keep... Can I... Okay, so if I just discard everything, what do I lose here? Yeah, I think I discard everything. Okay. Let's build again. Oh, SDL. Just wish there was an easier library to use. On update pre. Oh, I'm not. I gotta put event handling back in. Okay, that's working. Resize is working. Key presses are working. Okay, all of that's working. And this would be fine. You know, honestly, the other option, I could run a modified version of Raylib. I just don't understand why Raylib isn't queuing mouse events. Mouse button callback. GLFW could only return press or release for now, but future releases may add more actions such as repeat. So we store the press or release action inside current button and touch state. Wait a minute. Gesture event. Register touch action. The current button state is pressed and the previous button state was released. Then the touch is now down. Otherwise, it's up. So Raylib's doing all of this. Register touch points. Only 1 point registered. So we get the mouse position. Gesture event. Process gesture event. If support gesture and support mouse gestures. Otherwise, we're just literally storing the mouse button state. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe we're okay. Maybe I panicked this whole time for no reason and wasted an hour panicking when we were okay this whole time. Is key pressed? Because if it remembers the state between frames, then we're fine. But if it's literally going in and querying the state on the keyboard, that's a problem. So is key pressed? How do I find that? It's probably not in here, is it? Is key pressed? Is key pressed? What does this do? Tell me there's no implementation for is key pressed. R core. Core window flags. Okay. Support screen capture. Oh, gosh darn it. That's not what I wanted. I want the definition. Check if a key was been pressed in R core. How do I find the definition? Is key pressed? Is key pressed repeat? Ray GUI. Core undo, that's not what I want. Font filters is not what I want. Core window flags, that's just checking if it's pressed. Is this not the definition? Why did it not take me there? 3790. Maybe I clicked on the wrong thing. I clicked on the wrong thing. 3790. Okay, it's not taking me there. Okay. So how are we checking if the key is pressed? The key is pressed if the captured state from previous to current is different. Set pressed to true. So we are not actively reading the state from the keyboard. We are reading. So when does this get cleared, I wonder? So is key pressed might actually be good enough for what I need. Hey Buffer, how's it going? Maybe I was making a mountain out of a molehill here. Maybe I should just do it, and then only when it becomes a real problem do we address it. Because switching over to an entirely different rendering library, such as SDL, is really complicated. And if I can avoid it, I would prefer to do so. So this might be okay. And as long as this also works for WebAssembly, then we're sitting pretty. So if key is pressed, we create a press event. Otherwise, we create a release event. And that's perfectly fine for what we need. So this will convert Raylib events to Awen events, which were originally GLFW events, which were originally operating system events, which were originally register state. I don't know. Is there something that comes between like the register state on a device and the operating system? So it's only like 3 or 4 translation layers, all within like a few hundred nanoseconds, I'm assuming. All right, so that works. So let's hop back over to WebAssembly and make sure that behaves as expected. So I think that works, right? So this works. This works. Resizing the window still works. All that's good. So let's hop back over to WebAssembly. Maybe I went a little too crazy and misunderstood the Raylib API, which doesn't surprise me. That's why it's always useful to get comfortable reading someone else's code, because it helps you understand what's intended, because there's only so much documentation can provide, especially when you're trying to like achieve certain capability with your own APIs. Hey Momo. You like are you Buffer, are you done then? Are you completely done with school? Or just done for the semester, quarter, whatever it is for you? All right, let's try the WebAssembly. WebAssembly. Show in a browser. Yeah, so right. This is the issue I was running into. Events aren't working with WebAssembly because of the asyncify. So I don't know. Maybe how do I do single threaded and scripting with Raylib? Dang it. After all that, I'm back to the original problem I ran into. Is key up, is key down. $38.42. Okay, so it's just reading the state, the current state that was set. Is key up, is key down. Previous state is key released. I don't understand why this isn't working. Oh my gosh, that's impressive. Well done. Still only 2 semesters. That's huge. Okay, so I ran into this issue before. What did it say was the problem? Use script and set mouse down callback, etc. on the web build only with GLFW callbacks. You're right. What I wrote was a state sampler. Root cause: Raylib's is key pressed, is mouse button pressed are unreliable under Mscripton plus Asyncify. Raylib copies current, previous, inside poll input events called from in drawing. And the JavaScript input callbacks fire asynchronously during the same yield window. So the press edge is overwritten before any frame ever observes current and previous. Is key down or is mouse button down are level triggered and reliable. Is key down, is mouse button down. So the issue is Asyncify plus poll events. What am I making? I am trying to make I'll call it a game engine, but it's more going to be just my general purpose application framework. The end goal is to make a game. I already have a prototype that I did in Godot called Briarthorn, and I have a website that went with it. So the idea is to take this this prototype I did in Godot and implement it in C++ and stream my currently my struggles with getting the C++ portion of it up and running to achieve everything I need. And currently those struggles involve event handling in WebAssembly, because I want the ability to run this in the web in a browser, because part of my plan is to provide a demo when the game is ready to be play tested, especially on like itch.io, and I want it to be easy for people to access. And you not necessarily have to download and install. Maybe just hop in a browser and play it, or try to. The game, I don't know how big the game is eventually going to be. I don't with my ideas, I don't picture it being so big that it's unreasonable to run it in the web. We'll see. But that is one of my requirements, is to make this work in web. So I'm using Raylib, which is graphics, under the hood, but I am struggling to get the graphics to work in this browser. Like, none of my events are registering. And it has something to do with an Asyncify flag that I'm running. And I'm wondering if instead I need to turn Asyncify off. Because I have it turned on. I have it turned on right here. But the Asyncify was needed so that I didn't have to manually call mscripten update loops. Let's see what happens. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to turn this off. It's better than like trying to gut my solution. Because at least this way I can determine if it works or not. I chose the C++ path because that is what I am most familiar with. I am a C++ professional of 15 years, and it's also what has kind of brought in my community via YouTube Shorts and however else people have found me. So that's why I'm using C++. I don't have to. I think if I was doing this for the sole purpose of getting a game done, right? If I just wanted to get a game done, implement the game, I would probably just stick with Godot or use something like Flutter, which allows me to do hot reloading, real-time editing in a code editor. My big issue with Godot is, for me personally, I am super comfortable writing code, building up frameworks, building up applications, all via text editing, right? Typing, compiling, running, that kind of thing. Godot does a lot of hand-holding for you. So you've got a lot of like editor tools where you can kind of click and choose and edit values and style and colors and transformation. All of that stuff is available via the editor, but it's not as easily available via just text editing. And if it was, it still kind of depends on the Godot editor itself. And I don't want to do that. I want to use my own editor and do all of my editing the way I want to do it, right? And Godot kind of expects you to use its tools. So I struggle with that. You still watch my pivot to Python? I don't know if I can do Python. I did Python, let's see, this is 26. I did Python for in 2025. I worked at a job that hired me for C++, interviewed me with C++, and then I spent the entire year writing Python. I did not have fun. Like Python, don't get me wrong, Python's awesome. But not having the type safety that I depend on to make sure I don't write bugs, it's a little rough for me. But I won't deny how powerful Python is. Okay, so that built. I want to see if I can run WebAssembly again without the Asyncify flag. Web. Yeah, see, this is the issue. I think without the Asyncify flag, I think there's something I have to manually call from Inscripten to get the loops working. Exception thrown, see JavaScript console. Uh-oh. How do I see the JavaScript console in my... Oh, here it is. Or no, this isn't JavaScript. Oh, I have to right-click and inspect, don't I? Inspect. What is the exception? Aborted. Please compile your program with async support in order to use asynchronous operations like mscripten sleep. Uncaught runtime error. Aborted. Please compile your program with async support in order to use asynchronous operations. So yeah, I don't know what Raylib wants from me. Does it want asyncify or not? If I turn on asyncify, the events don't work. Anyway, so that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm just very comfortable with C++. I will not deny, as you guys are witnessing, I will not deny that there is a level of effort required, especially initially, to get C++ to work on all the platforms you need to work on. I literally released a video. Oh, I released a YouTube video today. Did that go live? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Hang on. I want to make sure it actually went live. I can't tell if it's live. No, it said, wait, it should have released. Is it not public? Uh-oh. Stand by. This sucks. I may have screwed something up. It was supposed to go live at like 11. That sucks. I don't think my video went live. Well, fair enough. I'll manually do it. I thought I scheduled it to go live. It's still private. It's scheduled. When did I schedule it? Dang it, man. I timed it and everything for it to go viral. Now it's not going to go viral. All right, I'm just going to manually set it public. All right, it is public. I officially have my first edited YouTube video with purpose up and running. Anyway, I acknowledge C++ is not the easiest language to get up and running on multiple platforms. As my now released YouTube video goes over, there is some effort involved in getting your C++ project to work on all these platforms. And then on top of all of that, even like using libraries like Raylib, which is easy out of the box, it does a lot of everything for you so you don't have to worry about it. I still need to get I still have to figure out how to get these events working in WebAssembly. Whereas if I use something like Godot, it gives you all of that out of the box as well. All you have to do is download a single executable and you're up and running, right? You don't have to worry about anything else. Flutter is another tool that does that, except Flutter lets you do it in a text editor if you so choose, and it has hot reloading, so you can literally edit as you have a window up. So I'm not opposed to that, but secretly I am waiting for an announcement from Toyota of all companies before I jump on the Flutter bandwagon and start streaming it more. If you know, you know. I've also looked at I tried to do Unreal back in the day, but it was too much. It's way too much. I'm not trying to make a AAA game. Not by a long shot. And it would take years to become decent at Unreal for me to be able to even make a 2D game. Unity, I'm not really a C# person, so it's C++ for now because that's where my my personal interests are and what pulled in my viewers. I'm not opposed to doing Rust either at some point, just so I can learn and be aware of what Rust is capable of, because it's always nice to have knowledge of a wide range of tools, especially professionally, just so you always have an answer to a problem your client might have. You'd be like, oh yeah, I've tried that. This is why you don't want to use it. Or, okay, I've looked into Rust. This is why we might want to use it or why you might not want to use it. You know, that kind of thing. Okay, so this is weird. Raylib needs me to use asyncify with Emscripten. But if I use asyncify, events don't work. I wonder if this is a known problem. Maybe I can figure out if I'm doing something wrong. The most common cause of frozen input is using a standard while loop. Browsers cannot handle a blocking loop. You must delegate control to the browser using mscripten set main loop. Correct web implementation. If mscripten set main loop update draw frame. So is this what you're expected to do with Raylib? Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Canvas focus and event listeners. Browsers often only send input events to the element that has focus. Known limitations. Is key press quirk. In some older versions of specific configurations, is key press might fail if custom frame control is enabled. Drag and drop. File drag and drop requires specific linker flags. Gamepad support events may require the browser to see a button before the Gamepad API becomes active. Enable your makefile. So maybe there's Raylib and Scriptin examples, and I might just be doing this wrong. Install Raylib. Oh, here's an article, a blog post. Building a web game in C. Christmas is coming up. Okay, so this is 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. Install Raylib, create the main. They're not doing anything with WebAssembly yet. I swear if this just works for them, I'm going to be annoyed. Raylib WebAssembly example. Okay, so we downloaded Scriptin. We have the build script. I'm doing all of that. Platform web. I'm not doing, what am I doing? I'm using use GLFW3, asyncify, total stack, initial memory, assertions. I'm not doing any of that. D platform web. Do I need to do this? That's to build. That the build. No, Raylib's already built. Build WebAssembly. I don't know if I'm doing that. em run index.html. Interesting. Copy this file. Platform web. Is that being done anywhere? Element OP. QR. Raylib. Platform equals web. Platform options. VC package target is Scriptin. Platform equals web. But I don't know if I need to set it myself. Raylib code can be compiled to WebAssembly to run on web. The compilation process is very similar to the desktop with GCC. And scripting provides a set of tools. There are some additional compilation flags for MC compilation and code linkage. So in Makefiles provided, to simplify, it only requires defining platform web to use the correct compilation flags. Set Raylib game for web. Okay, so to set up your own game to compile for web, there are two possible options. Avoid the Raylib while loop, which I think I'm currently using. The main reason to avoid the standard while loop is related to the way browsers work. So in my engine.cpp .ixx, I have a loop right here. So I have this run function. This loop runs my entire engine. So I am using the stereotypical while loop. Apparently required for Raylib initialization. Okay, so the main reason to avoid this while loop, the browser needs to control the executed process and just allow a single update draw execution in a time frame, so execution could be controlled and locked when required, i.e. when the tab is not active or browser is minimized. More details here. To avoid the loop, code must be slightly adapted. Basically, it implies moving all of your update and draw code to an external function, possibly called update draw frame, and consequently manage all required variables from a global context. For a simple example on code refactoring for web, check this example. So basically, I would have to move this block of code here into a function and hand that function over to mscripten to control instead of my engine controlling it. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know. I mean, if I have to, I have to. Oh, I saw the announcement for Unreal 6 via Rocket League. You better believe I was watching that. I'm excited. I'm more excited for the potential of map customization and game modes for Rocket League than just like prettier graphics for Rocket League. Rocket League is such a like heavily physics-based game that I don't really care about the graphics as much. But I am excited. I love Rocket League. Okay. So this is a potential, but my current workaround to this, because I did run into this issue where you had to give control over to mscripten, is my workaround is to set asyncify and basically run mscripten multi-threaded. So let's see what else they say. Use standard Raylib with the while loop. So this is what I'm trying to do, but the events are currently not working. There could be some situations where the game while loop could not be avoided, and the user needs to deal with it. For those situations, mscripten implemented asyncify. Asyncify allows mscripten to detect synchronous code and run it asynchronously. Enabling asyncify just requires an additional compilation flag passed to EMCC when compiling game code. Raylib examples Makefiles have been adapted to use asyncify by default. They work great, but note that there is a small performance penalization. Compile Raylib game for web. So it should work with asyncify, but the events are not playing nice. So how do I, if I were to give over the control to mscripten, let's see how they're doing this. Core basic window web. So if I did something like this, update draw frame. So you have a function. Whoops. You pass that function into mscripten set main loop. Otherwise, you run this as normal. But what if I want to manage state? Update draw frame. Because I'm going to have to pass stuff into this function. My understanding, so I've watched a couple of people talk about like the Rocket League and Unreal 6 ecosystem, and my fear, because I don't know too much about this, but it sounds ridiculous to me. But I assume some of you on here have heard about Roblox, and Roblox, as I understand, is kind of an ecosystem of games where people can build games, maybe in Lua, and then distribute them in Roblox. My understanding is Unreal is or Epic is trying to achieve the same thing via Fortnite. So hearing some of the Rocket League people that I listen to talk about this, it almost sounds like we're going to get to a point where the game Rocket League will be inside Fortnite. So like, I think Epic might be trying to make Fortnite Roblox in that manner. And so Unreal Engine 6, I heard there's a new, maybe a scripting language. I don't know if it's a system level language, but maybe a scripting language called Verse. Can we look that up? Unreal Verse language. Verse is a new programming language created by Epic, currently used as the primary scripting language for Unreal Editor for Fortnite. Yeah, UEFN. It is designed to scale with the metaverse. Oh, God. Allowing millions of users and developers to create interoperable real-time 3D experiences. So my understanding is Unreal 6 is going to become more of this, right? And if I had to guess, is it's going to be highly designed around making it very easy for people to make stuff. Because I'm assuming Epic is wanting to get in on the, earn 10, 20, 30% of everything every developer makes. So if you have millions of people using Unreal and playing in Fortnite and building games that release in Fortnite, say Rocket League, then they get a cut of that. So that is my guess based on everything I'm reading. Because you can imagine all of these companies are trying to unseat Steam. Steam has like global control of everything, but Roblox is succeeding. And so Epic with their launcher has not been succeeding with competing against Steam. But Epic has this engine that like everyone uses. So if they find a way to integrate that with a game that hundreds of millions of play, like Fortnite, they might have a way to compete with Steam. So that is my guess is as to what is happening. And I know nothing about Roblox. I don't even know what Roblox looks like. I have never played it. I haven't touched it. I know nothing about it. I know kids like it. And I say kids, but at this point, those kids might be adults. But that's what they grew up playing, right? And part of it is you want to get them into your ecosystem early as kids. So when they are adults, they are still in that ecosystem. It's what they are familiar with. I grew up with Steam. So that's the ecosystem I like. So it makes sense that these other companies are trying to find ways to like get around the global control of Steam. But Steam is so good. All hail Gabe. So it does seem like I need to find a way to maybe try and give control of my game loop to the browser. which is basically this. C++ cat might be the best. I think you might be right. At some point I will get a better camera because I am using a web camera right now. So I'll get a better camera for me, and then I can take this web camera and maybe hook it up next to his chair. And it has its own mic, so you guys can hear how freaking loud he gets when he snores. Because holy crap. I fear you guys will start showing up for the cat and not me, and you just won't care about C++ at all. So I got to be careful. I was going to say something else, but I think I forgot my train of thought. I need to figure out how to give, because I can't just put this in a global function because it's within a class. Some of this is internal state to the class, so I got to figure that out. I appreciate you saying so. I like dogs too. Dogs just take a little bit more effort than I was wanting to put into handling an animal. Hmm. Ooh, there might be a way to do this. The issue I'm having with this asynchronize stuff, as I understand it, is there appears to be some kind of race condition with Raylib events and Emscripten where they're clobbering each other, so the events aren't being received. I don't know if it's a bug. I don't know if I'm just literally doing something wrong, but it appears that the recommended solution is to not use Asyncify and use this hand over your update loop to Emscripten. So let the browser control the processing, which I'm okay with doing. I just need to learn how to do it because I've never done it before. But it does seem like I need to do. Okay, I did verify VC package is doing this. So I need this. So if define platform web, except I want to use like if Emscripten, right? If defined Emscripten, end if include in scripting. And then I think down in here, I basically need to turn this into an update function. But if I do that, I need to find a way to make sure this stuff gets initialized. Hey, backend. How's it going? People, eyes light. I still need a global function to pass in here. What was that example? There was an example I looked up. So I need this function. And can I do that like... Can I do something like this? Ifo. Do something like this. Wonder what these arguments are. I should probably figure that out. So if we are running in the web, we hand over our loop to the browser, which will call the C function. We pass in our this pointer, which we static cast to an engine. That might have to be a reinterpret cast. I'm not sure. But we cast it to an engine type, and then we call our tick function. Yeah, I hear you. I am fortunate enough to have today off work, so I'm streaming earlier today. Earlier and longer. Because I really want to get this WebAssembly stuff up and running. If I can get all the foundational stuff for my engine to work, we'll be sitting really good for me to just get my game up and running quickly. Member access into incomplete type engine. I was worried about that. How am I going to do this? I have to do something like this. We'll make this detail. We'll have to forward declare. I think I have to do something like this. Forward declare. Then once the class is properly defined, we can move the definition down here. Screw you, stupid programming compiler bullshit. Use of undeclared identifier in script and update wrapper. Oh. Sorry. I forgot the namespace. That's on me. Detail. Apologies. I didn't mean to yell. This won't pass my Clang tidy because this naming style isn't how I do functions, but it did compile. Oh my god. Is this just gonna work? So what? Wait a minute. So what do we do if we're in web, we call this single function, and then we return immediately? Do we need to like have a busy loop or does Emscripten make sure to call this blocking this return? Like, how does it block the return? Main function Emscripten set main loop. Otherwise, okay, I have to assume this blocks. I have to assume it blocks. Let's find out. I mean, events still aren't working. They want to work. Events want to work so bad. Oh, wait, did I turn Asyncify off? Hang on. Oh, is that what the extra flags are? Simulate, infinite, loop flag, bool. One infinite, simulation on, okay. All right, the last time I turned this off, it threw an exception, but I think that was because I wasn't setting the main loop. So I'm hoping now it will do it. So let's try and run it again. I'm not running it now, am I? WebAssembly. Exception thrown, see JavaScript console. So I need to view or I need to inspect. Aborted. Please compile your program with async support in order to use asynchronous operations like Emscripten sleep. So build with -s assertions for more information. This is what I'm seeing. So the WebAssembly, I wonder, it's almost like my application is being built with Asyncify. This might be a AI LLM angle. I might just pass this in and see if it can scan what I'm doing wrong. Emscripten sleep. Am I building my application with Asyncify somewhere that I'm not aware of? Oh, I wonder, is VC Package doing it? I don't think it is. Let me check the Raylib port file. No, no async. All right. This is an LLM angle. I don't want to spend all day debugging this. So let's run the app again. Let's get the error, capture it, and then feed everything we know into it and see if it can determine if I've like compiled it wrong. Show preview. JavaScript exception. Inspect. I want to copy. Actually, build with dash assertions for more info. I think getting more information would be worthwhile. So let's turn that on. Build with dash s assertions. I don't set WASM1, no. If there is the flag that needs to be set for that for Raylib, typically I lean on the package manager to do that for me. Okay, so that built. Show preview. See if this gives more detail. Inspect. It didn't really give us much more detail. All right, so I'm going to copy all of this. Oh, wait. Oh, what's this? Is this more detail? All right, I'm going to copy all of this. I am trying to get, what are we calling this? x64 Linux WASM release. I'm trying to get x64 Linux WASM release working without a syncify in raylib/cmake list.txt. I keep getting JavaScript exceptions when I try this. Oh no, did it not copy? Inspect. Your program async support in order to... Can I not copy this? Copy console. There we go. And then I'll do this one as well. Copy console. Is that the same thing? I can't tell. All right. Raylib recommends not using asyncify. So I am trying to use the mscriptin set main loop arg in engine.ixx. Did VC package compile Raylib with asyncify? Dash S WASM1? What does that do? Am I missing some example? Let's see. Without asyncify, it's using -s use glfw3. Now it's using a shell file. I'm just using default mscripten. And then this is... This is interesting. Maybe I need to define this. Uh-oh. Maybe I need to define that. That could be defined for WebAssembly in... Where can I put that? That would be a compile definition, target compile definition. Where would I put that? Wait, so do I want equal web? Or do I want... Because I saw both, so I don't know which one of these I need. Yeah, I saw equal web here. Using CMake. If you prefer to use CMake instead of a make file, Script and CMake will prefer the Ninja build system, which I'm using. IDE friendly option. Okay, so it is deplatform equal web is what I need, because I'm not using a make file. So it needs to be this potentially, which might set up Raylib to do stuff I wasn't doing before. Oh boy. All right, let's see what the LLM says. Found the root cause. Raylib's window should close on web platform calls unconditionally. It's literally hard-coded in rcoreweb.c. Oh, I am supposed to just straight up not use this function. The Raylib authors deliberately route the should close check this way because they expect web apps to use mscript and set main loop and never call Windows should close at all. So yes, VC package Raylib is effectively built assuming asyncify. When you link your app without asyncify, any call to Windows should close crashes. The fix: skip the Windows should close call. So that's on me. I think I'm not using it correctly. So that is, where was I doing that? Because I was doing that to determine if I should close my app. Window. I do it right here to determine like how to shut my application off. So what tells my engine to quit if I don't use Windows should close? Like, the other way to write this is, how do I know when the close button is pressed on the window or the application is shutting down? Hey, Rima, how's it going? So if not Windows should close, which apparently is the problem, it's got to be like an event, like a close event. This makes sense. I was using window should close to determine how to shut the engine down. If not this, what options do I have to shut the engine down? How do I know the web page is closed or a desktop application window is closed. Is there like a window close event that works on Emscripten as well? There is no close event in the browser. A user closing the tab, navigating away, or refreshing the page just tears the WebAssembly runtime down. No chance to run a destructor or save state synchronously. The realistic options are do nothing. This is the standard pattern for Emscripten apps and what Raylib's own web examples do. Lifetime is owned by the page. The runtime is killed when the page goes away. Your engine stops simply. So it's basically if you have an application running in a browser, it don't give it F on your memory management. It's like, hey, you close that tab, we're clearing everything. Which I mean kind of makes sense because your browser is basically a virtual machine. That's funny. So I guess I don't do anything. Okay. All right, so let's see if this happens. I'm also wondering if this platform web thing was needed, if it's needed to help me fix the events, that issue I was having with Asyncify. So I might try and turn Asyncify back on, because the less Emscripten specific code I have to write, the better. We'll see if this works. Okay, so that built. Well, we have events. That's good. We have events. Let's go. Trill. We got it. He don't care. Holy crap. Uh-oh. Wait. Is that accurate? Uh-oh. No, guys, wait. Don't get too excited. We do have events, but they're not quite positioned correctly, I don't think. Like, this should be turning green. Something isn't quite 100% correct, but that's okay. You know what? It's close enough. That is so cool. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to try real quick was to see if I can get Asyncify to work again, and maybe I needed that flag. So I could turn Asyncify back on, and if Asyncify is on, I don't need this stuff. Actually, I wonder if this sleep is causing problems for Asyncify as well. Well, we'll try it. We'll try that next. So I comment that out. The engine, I comment this out. Let's build that. Nope, no events. No events. That's so crazy. Why does Raylib support Asyncify, but then the events don't work? That makes me think I am still doing something incorrect. So let's try. Let's see if that sleep is causing problems. Oh, it needs that sleep. Whoops. That makes sense. Uh-oh. Okay, so it needs that sleep for Asyncify. It doesn't make sense. Why? Why? I want to check something real quick. So I do know that so I'm working off of Raylib 5.5, and I do know there is a Raylib 6.0, which I was having issues getting running as well. But I wonder if they've addressed anything about this. Where would I go? Because it could be that they're like, yeah, do all of this, but we're on Raylib 6, and so it works on Raylib 6. Oh, I see your WASM 1. CMake linker flags. GL enable get proc address. Okay, so what is this saying? But keep in mind that you also have to add some additional settings in your CMake list for mscripten. For the linker to execute successfully, it will need the GLFW symbols, which cannot be built by you. Luckily, mscripten provides those symbols when you add the use GLFW flag. To do so, you can add these lines somewhere in the root of your CMake. Is it the rest of my application that needs these flags as well? -S WASM1. So I am making these flags public, so anyone that I'm having link against this project will also inherit these flags. So they're doing =1. I don't know what -S WASM =1 is gonna do. Surely that's not gonna solve my problem. Surely. This is a pretty awesome song. I have no idea what it is. I just have it on a random playlist of like oh my god. Shipping Up to Boston / Enter Sandman by Goddesses of Bagpipes. Oh, this is going to be epic. This is going to be epic. I'm going to shut up so we can enjoy it. Why is that not? It's not working. Hey Lex, how's it going? Just rocking out to some bagpipe rock and roll. I forget what volume I had you guys on. I want to say it was like that. All right. I'm also trying to learn Raylib under the hood. I'm trying to understand how Raylib works under the hood so I can make some better decisions. And I'm looking at version 5.5, which is what I'm on. I'm trying to find... Why is... There it is. Okay. So I need to find end drawing and see what it's doing. Are you kidding me? Where the hell is it defined? Okay. So in drawing, RL draw render batch arc. Oh, RL draw render batch active. Swap screen buffer. Frame time controls. Wait for some milliseconds. Poll for inputs. Poll user events before next frame update. Is there a way I can disable this? Support custom frame control. If not support custom frame control, this might be the answer to my problems, actually. Because I think all of my issues are stemming from how Raylib is choosing to do all of this. This is in version 5.5, so this is what I'm using. But this is a compile time thing, isn't it? Can I... This isn't a header file. It's in a source file, so I have to define this like during compilation time. Because I can easily call swap buffer and pull input events myself. I don't need Raylib to do this for me. And I definitely don't need Raylib to do any timing controls for me. Because I'm going to be handling my own timing. Unless there are like under the hood Raylib systems that need this. Which I hope there isn't. So we have core.time, previous current frame. Is there anything in Raylib that uses these things, or is it just for convenience? Core.time. I need to search core.time. I don't like that there's a our core memory that uses time. That scares me. SDL time, Win32 time, core.time.base, Android. I see a bunch of things setting time. I don't see anything consuming time, which is a good thing. And this is literally all it's being used for. Okay, this is actually consuming the time. I need to see what this is doing. Get time. Okay, that's all it's for. It's for calling get time. So if I'm managing my own time and I'm not using Raylib's time controls, then I don't need this. I can turn all this off, and then maybe my problems go away entirely. So then the question becomes, how do I set this value so that Raylib doesn't compile this code into its indrawing function? Because my guess is VC package. Our best chance is VC package manager exposes it as a feature, and then all I have to do is define it in my VC package file. But you can't always lean on community integrators to catch all the features of a library. And so if they didn't catch that, then I'm going to have to write a custom port file to modify Raylib. Element OP Q R. What was that called? Support custom frame control. Not promising. There's no frame word in here. And it would have to be a definition. Yeah, see, there's features for support module audio, use audio, make policy, customize, build. Yeah, this sucks. I think I'm gonna have to write my own port of Raylib to make this work. Man, sometimes this is what it takes to get C++, C, or not even C++, C libraries to do what you need them to do across all platforms. And that's the thing. I only need... Well, I guess I would want this turned off for everything. That way I have full control. If not, support custom frame control. Is this like documented anywhere? Let me look for this. Maybe there's a different flag I can set that sets this. Oh my god. This stupid browser integration. I just want to copy this. Copy. If not defined, support custom control in config.h. Define it. Our core configuration flags. Support custom frame control is disabled by default. So if no one sets it, then it's going to set it to 0. So at compile time, I need to get this value set to 1. Does this job draws everything plus slot screen buffer manage? Yeah, because I don't want it to do this for me. Support automation events, support compression API. Okay. And what's it doing here? This is an example of core custom frame control. If not defined platform web, pull input events. No, on web platforms. Wait, what? On non-web platforms, the pull events just works before the inputs checks. If we are not platform web, pull input events. On non web platforms, the pull input events just works before the inputs check. I think this is part of the problem I'm having. On web platform, okay, if we are web platforms, on web platform, for some reason, the pull input events only works after the input check. So just call it after check all your inputs on web. I don't know if the person who wrote this example is a native English speaker. Support custom frame control. So it's saying to call this. Something is confusing me. Is this still true on 6.0? My head hurts a little. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just confused. I think this is the issue I've been running into with like whatever they're talking about here. I just wish they had a little bit more description of what the problem is. Because they're calling poll input events after processing the events on web. On web platform, for some reason, the poll input events only work after the inputs check. So call it after you check all of your inputs. So even if I gain control, custom control, if I manually call poll input events myself, I hate programming. Programming's dumb. All right, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try and turn off, or we're gonna try and get control of the loop. So the way we're gonna do that is by creating a custom VC package port. Call it Raylib. And then we will copy A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X. All right, we're going to copy this. Ideally, this would exist in VC package as a feature. So we'll paste. But it doesn't look like we're going to get that. How much pain? C++ out of 10. That's the best description. So we need to get this compiler definition set. So feature option. So we will call this, we'll call this feature, what do we call this? Frame control? Frames? frames, and then it's what is the what's that macro? Oh, I closed the window. Son of a biscuit. Okay. So by doing this, I should now be able to, in my VC package file, say Raylib, I want frames control. But I also need to tell it where my custom overlay port is, which is dot slash cmake VC package ports. What a pain. If I can get this to work, though. Holy crap. Okay. I'm just cleaning everything up here. We're closing it. So what should happen is when I configure, we should see it rebuild or fail miserably. Raylib frames is not a valid package. Package names must be lowercase alphanumerical plus hyphens and not reserved. It is possible that I need to delete the build folder. Let's delete permanently. Yes. Yeah, who knows if this is actually worth it, but it's also, you're right, it's also just for learning. Because I never would have even thought that this was possible in Raylib, but now I will know, and I will completely understand it. I mean, this is one of the issues I had early on with Raylib, because I thought I had to manually call poll events, and because of that, it wouldn't like close the window. I don't know if anyone remembers seeing that, because Raylib was all automatically handling that for me. Let's try this again. Okay, so it's not liking that. Oh, wait a minute. I think I need to add the feature. Default features. I have to add the feature here, I think. Frames. Build frames control. No dependencies. Is that all I need? Uh-oh. I screwed something up. All right, let's try that. It's not a valid package name. Package names must be lowercase. 3K points, you're farming them? I don't need it to be a default feature. I do want it to be an available feature. What am I doing wrong? This might be a lack of VC package knowledge. I thought I could just turn on, put it in a port file as a feature. VC pack, CMake VC package ports. CMake VC package ports. All right, bringing out the big guns. I'm sure I got some kind of syntax error. I'm trying to add a frames feature to a custom Raylib port but the dependency must be specified as an object with a features array. Oh, okay. So did they change that? They may have changed that. I don't think it used to be like that. Hi, Trill. What are you doing? Huh? Is it time to eat? Hmm? Hi, buddy. What? Is it time to eat? Okay, something's happening. All right. We're recompiling our dependencies with these new flags. Hopefully that means I will get full control over Raylib's frames, because I don't really need its timing. And then that would also give me control of when to call poll input events, which I hope will fix my event handling for WebAssembly. All right, so I'm going to let this build. I will be right back, and we'll see what my cat wants. Come on, buddy. What you doing? Hmm? Come on. Come on. Come on. Here. Come on. All right. I don't like that you're the second person who has asked me about my energy drink, because that means I might have a problem. And I don't like having my problems thrown back at me in my face. But no energy drink. I've just been drinking plain old pop or soda, depending on where you're from and how you call that. I go either way. If I wasn't out of energy drink, I might have been drinking them, but I'm out at the moment. Okay. So I need to verify the event handling or like the polling for events is in my control. So before we get to a WebAssembly, I actually should probably build this for desktop and verify that way. Because I'll feel better if it actually does give me control. Oh. All right. Building Raylib. All right. Build. My changes worked, then events should no longer be working. In fact, nothing is working. Draw. Yeah, okay, so I think it worked. Nothing's working. I can't even close the application. Oh, God. Okay, this is good. So now that means I have control. I have the power. And what do I do with that power? After indrawing, we are now in charge of swapping the buffer. So we have to call swap, what was it called? Swap, crap. Maybe I shouldn't have control. Actually, can I just come in here? Swap screen buffer. So that should give us drawing back. So we can verify that. There we go. We got graphics back. We're still rocking 0 frames per second. Oh, draw FPS, I bet, relied on that timing control. So that's always going to say 0 now. That's okay. We can implement our own. Events aren't working, obviously. But drawing works, so that's good. I don't think it's handling the resize events properly, which makes sense. No events. All right, so to get events working, we now have to call pull events ourselves, which would be something like pull input event. Pull input events. Well, cat, now I'm getting hungry. Just realized I haven't eaten. Crap. All right, we have events. Events are back. And working. Even when I resize. So now we have control. And now that we have control, maybe we can figure out what the flip is going on with the freaking WebAssembly. Dust, rust. I'm hungry. What do I want to eat? What do I want to eat? I am hungry. All right. Food is on the way. I thought about if I can figure out a way to get Monster to sponsor me, I will totally get a I don't know where I'd put it, like right here or something. I would totally get a Monster fridge and fill it up with all the Zero Ultras I could drink. Okay. So I'm expecting to still have problems, but that's okay. We're pulling events ourselves. We're not doing anything Emscripten specific, because I still want to do the Asyncify option if I can. Asyncify is on. So let's check this out. What did I just build? Release. Build. WASM. Install. Web. Show preview. And events don't work. Fair. It's kind of expected. Now, what that person was saying is if you call pull events after you handle the events, they'll start to work. We have events, ladies and gentlemen. We have events. Finally, all it took was recompiling Raylib with different flags. And also, oh, what in the world? What is even real? We have events. And I won't need a custom loop. I'll have to implement my own frame rate counter, but that's fine. Monster Energy does sponsor streamers, primarily signing mid to large creators and esport professionals. They do not have a set minimum viewer requirement publicly, but typically look for streamers with a highly engaged audience of at least 1,000 to 5,000 concurrent viewers for top tier contracts. Do you know how hard it is? Like, I'll be completely honest. I work full time, right? I'm probably a little older than the than what the normal streamers, like the more common streamers are. If I ever get like 100 concurrent viewers, I would be astounded to even think about 1,000 to 5,000 plus. Are there any C++ streamers that do C++ and get 1,000 to 5,000 concurrent viewers ever? Are there any programmers that do live coding that do that many viewers concurrently? Like daily? Start getting a lot of RGB. Do I need to start yelling too? You're not wrong, Devtron. I need to focus on the cat. That's my only hope. No, because then the cat will get sponsored by Monster, and I will lose out. You don't understand. I am terrified the cat will do so much better than me. But I have events working, which means I can make a game. My only hope at this streaming thing, I think programming in general, hot tub programming in general is more of a niche topic. Like, it's hard for it to be entertaining for those who aren't specifically interested in programming versus a more general streamer who's doing more general stuff, playing video games. It's easier to have that on in the background and listen to. Whereas programming, you kind of got to pay attention and see what's happening and somewhat understand what's happening, right? I'm not going to get just someone who doesn't know programming to hop in and like stick around and understand what's going on. So that's tough. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of why I do a little bit of gaming too, right? It's not just to I mean, it's definitely to take my mind off programming, because it gets, I don't want to burn myself out, but it's also to maybe try and grow the audience a little bit more to be more than just programming. That just blows my mind. 24/7 cat streams. Okay, so this is working-ish. I think we're still running into an issue. Well, maybe not. Yeah, so I just clicked off to the side there. But that shouldn't turn green because I didn't click on it. So I think we're still running into an issue with transformations. Yeah, that shouldn't be happening. It's not bad. It's only off by like a couple pixels. But it is off. Interesting. It's also weird that I need to do this. All events for WebAssembly after handling. After processing events. Otherwise, it don't work. So that's huge. That is massive. Because that means I don't need to do all this stuff now. I don't need this. I don't need this. I could keep this as a tick if someone using this project wanted to control the tick itself, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. I appreciate it. I try to speak my thoughts when I have thoughts I think are worth speaking about, just in case someone wants to learn something. That is the intention. Speaking of thoughts, I don't remember what I was thinking about. Oh yeah, I'm cleaning up. I don't want any of the script encode in here if I can avoid it. The less I have to maintain, the better, he says after gaining full control over Raylib's API. I'm not going to worry about that now. Okay, so now that events are mostly working, the next step is to kind of simplify the rendering again to see if I can figure out why. I'm wondering if it's the same issue I was having before that I fixed, where the browser window is not the same size as the canvas window, and so it's off by a few pixels. But let's make sure by turning off rotation and scaling and see if that plays nice. WebAssembly. Show preview. Okay, so no rotation, no scaling. If I click around the square, it should not turn green. If I click close to it, it should not turn green, and it totally turned green. Dang it. Yeah, so something is causing it to be off by a few pixels. That could honestly be the web page itself. Yeah, it should not turn green there. Okay. So I'm gonna have the LLM take a look at this one. I don't feel like trying to debug that. I got... No, let's start a new one. And this could just be an issue with Raylib itself, and I might just put up with it. When handling events with rectangle, the rectangle changes green even when clicked outside what is drawn. This is x64 Linux WASM release. I suspect coordinate translation error, either with Raylib or how I am using the API. Here soon, my understanding is the usage of LLMs are changing, and they're not going to charge you based on like tokens anymore, but by how much you're actually like your prompts use the APIs, which means things are about to get significantly more expensive. Which means a couple of things. One, I'm not going to be able to lean on it as much, so I might have to strictly only use it for like a little bit of debugging here and there versus having it generate anything. Two, I'm probably going to have to learn to get smarter with how you like actively prompt LLMs so you're not like wasting I don't know, wasting its time trying to figure out what you intend, that kind of thing. So being more explicit with what you're trying to achieve. It'll be interesting to see, because I also think it means that paying people might become cheaper than running an LLM. So we've almost come full circle, I think. Now let me look at the window, how events are processed in the WASM, plus the node transform logic more carefully. I also don't know if this is an issue with like me rendering this in VS Code versus in a regular browser. Oh, it even failed here, didn't it? Because that should have turned green. Oh no. When does it turn green? All the way over here. Oh, it's almost like it didn't transform it at all. But this will turn green? No. Have you ever written physics from scratch? That is a complicated subject to get correct. I have done physics, simple physics, so you know, what is it? Like force equals mass times acceleration types of physics. Distance equals velocity times time, or velocity equals acceleration times time, you know, that kind of thing. But the challenge with real, like getting physics done really well is, and I forget what it's called, it's like tunneling or something like that, where you can, like, when you're about to do collision, you could have a frame where you're here, and then if you continued at the speed you were going, the next frame would have you here. And so you have to like account for that type of stuff. And so physics engines like Box 2D, for instance, they do like mini time increments. So like as you're getting closer, instead of the next frame going here, they'll go like they'll do like micro loops or internal iteration loops to determine if you're going to do like collision. And I'm not 100% sure how they handle that, but that's my like base level understanding of how I think physics engines handle that. But it's complicated. It's a lot of math. So I'm not writing everything from scratch. I am a big fan of reusing libraries that already exist. So if I need physics, I would use something like Box 2D. If I need graphics, I'm going to use Raylib. If I need signals and slots, I'm going to use a library for that. You know, I'm not necessarily looking to write everything from scratch because I am actively trying to make a game. And if I just sat here and did everything from scratch, I would never get anything done, unfortunately. Now, it would be a completely different story, like we were talking about earlier, if I somehow did become that 1,000 to 5,000 viewer or a concurrent view programmer. It would be a different story for me to sit here and do stuff from scratch if that's what people wanted me to do, because then I could just spend all day doing that, right? But with the limited time that I have these days, a couple hours here, a couple hours there, I really just want to try and get some stuff done. And so really what I'm showing is how to get stuff done. Ish. It doesn't feel like I'm making a lot of progress today, but I have made a lot of progress, especially figuring out this Raylib event issue on WebAssembly. Oh, my food's here. I'll be right back. Keep Trail company. We're good. They didn't bring me my drink. Come on. All right. I think that is taken care of. Okay. Samsung's working on a 250 terabyte, 1 petabyte drive. Anyone have a DeLorean? I used to be a big fan of storage in general because I'm a PC enthusiast. I like building my own computers, building my own like home theater systems. And then like the whole streaming stuff happened, and it kind of died off for me. But at one point, I did have 50 terabytes in my PC. I had like a giant full full ATX tower with three 16 terabyte drives. I'm trying to remember. I think I made one of them redundant. I haven't really needed that anymore. These days, my computer, I always run two drives. One is the operating system drive, and the other is like a just a storage, game storage, programs. I mean, you guys have seen it. I pull up File Explorer. I have two drives, a C drive and a D drive. Hmm. I can tell this LLM is doing too much work. It's digging into the GL implementation to see the position data. And I don't think that's the answer. Total memory or coordinate related flag issue. Now it's digging into the GLFW source code to see how it's handling events with WebAssembly. You know, while it's doing its thing, I bet I could play a game of Wordle. Let's try break. That's not a good start. That is a terrible start. Let's try... Let's try fling. Oh no, I'm terrible at this. Light was a good one. Let's try... Pouty. Jesus, what is this word? T-H-I, can't be I. Can't be ing. Can't. Whim. Swings. Is I the only vowel? I is the only vowel. Trick. I keep wanting I to be the third letter. No tiger. Good idea though. All right, we gotta beat this before the LLM solves my problem. Witty? No. Can't use a Y. With. Wish. Ooh. Wish. Whims. Widge. Wick. Wicks. Can't use a K. Oh, come on. We gotta come up with a good word here. Cited. Oh, cited. That's... No, can't use an E. Cannot use an E. City Financial? Oh, wait. I gotta... Allow for this session... So, swing, sting, swing, Jedi, say. I was looking at the color letters wrong. Sorry about that. Oh no, you're good. You're good. Winner. Oh, winner sounds good. Oh no, we can't use an N. That's what's making this so hard. Is I knocked out all of the like common consonants. Also, I'm terrible at words. Wit. I really liked witty until Y can't be used. A lot of times when it becomes this difficult, usually it means you gotta like repeat a letter. Oh, can't do width. T is in the wrong spot. That was a good guess. Smith? Damn it. I like width. It's just T's in the wrong spot. Widths? That's fine. We knocked out. We got another letter and we got rid of W and H. So now we're looking at like and T does not go after I. T does not go after I. Oh boy. Is it going to be a super obvious word or a super hard word? He says, obviously. I like the guess because it also accounts for the fact that I was thinking there was two of the same letter. Well done. All right, we beat the LLM. What's the other game we could play? Connections? I'm even more worse at that. Brow cap lid, CYA, wit, ATM, pin, jot, lash, LOL, scrap, shirt, sticker ball, TIA, shred. So my initial thought is the acronyms LOL, TIA, CYA, unless that's SIA. Cap lid. We could also have words that are like missing a letter. Like this could be white, cyan. Oh, wait a minute. White, cyan. Anything else? Dang it. I thought I was onto something. Tian? Shirt, scrap. So shirt, cap, brow, ball. We could also be looking at like pin, ATM. Shred, scrap. Well, maybe not. In this game, it could be anything. It literally could be anything, but you have to pick four. So there's going to be four groups of four. Oh, it says right here, yeah. Create four groups of four. So you're trying to find where these words are common with each other. And it could literally be anything. They could rhyme. They could be missing a letter at the end. They could be part of a second word. They could have the same meaning. Anything. Which makes it hard. Oh, wait a minute. White, brown, cyan. What's the fourth color? Pine? Pink. That makes a lot more sense than pine. Not only were we wrong, we were so wrong that we weren't one away. So they might still be missing a letter, but maybe it has nothing to do with color. Cap is also slang. That's a good point. This could also be slash. Maybe each of the four has one word that's missing a letter. Slash, scrap, shred. I don't know. That could be a stretch. Eyelash. Eyebrow. Eyeball. Itia. All right, what's the fourth eye? Eyebrow, eyelash, eyeball. Oh my god, eyelid. I'm completely blind. Good call. So that's one way these words can combine. You jot something down, you pin it, I don't know, pin, sticker, you stick it to something. Are these like, is this like text message acronym, like text message? I don't know what TIA is. Thanks in advance. ATM, laugh aloud, PIN, TIA are all acronyms. What's PIN? I don't know what PIN TIA. Is that actually true? Oh, you were close. We're one away. You're on to something. What's TIA? Because we could be dealing with like banking, right? ATM, PIN number, transaction. I don't know what TIA is. Medical. Wit. White. Like that's still white, cyan. That annoys me. I thought I was onto something there. Sticker, sticks. You wear a cap, you wear a shirt. You jot something down. Like texting, right? So like at the moment, laugh out loud. But I don't know what So maybe pen was the wrong one. Texting abbreviation. See, I knew what I was doing. So now I need help. I don't know if this is my age showing or what, but I don't think in my life have I ever texted CYA or TIA. I have no idea what those are. TIA, the only thing I can think of is like thanks in advance. Don't be rude. I'm not too far behind you, negligent. If this isn't a color, then it's wit. You wear a shirt, you wear a pin, you wear a sticker, you wear a cap. Agreed? We're going for it. I still got it right. Doesn't it count? I mean, common promo items, you wear them. So what is this? Wit, scrap, jot, shred. Before I click submit, what do we think that is? These aren't like missing letters as well, are they? Whittle. I'm just wondering if they're like white, whittle, scraped, ed, jotted, shredded. Like these three could be missing ed, but what is whited, whited? That doesn't make sense. All right. Well, my LLM's done, so I'm gonna. Oh, excuse me. Tiny bit. I never would have gotten this. Tiny bit. Just a wit. Just a wit. Just tiny bit. Nope, that's not in my vocabulary. I apologize. All right, so let's see what's happening here. Oh, this is looking like it's finding a bug in Raylib itself. Root cause, Emscripten resize callback in Raylib's C code calls set canvas element size, which sets canvas width over height directly, bypassing Emscripten's GLFW resize listener. This leaves the active width frozen at the init window. Emscripten's libglfw JavaScript code then scales every mouse coordinate by width over bounding rectangle client width. After a browser resize, which happens immediately on load because resizable is set, this ratio becomes 1280 over 800, 1.6. So a click canvas at 100 is reported, but draw rectangle uses the OpenGL viewport, which matches the actual canvas size. Hit test and visual position are in different coordinate spaces. The fix is to provide a web patch for GLFW set window size in the Emscripten callback. So it wants to, the fix is to apply a patch to Raylib to solve this problem. And we don't know if this is an actual problem. So I guess let's see what happens. It should rebuild Raylib, which is what is happening. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm curious if it actually finds a bug in Raylib, or if I'm using Raylib incorrectly. You've never played before? Yeah, I like connections. I'm just terrible at it. And that, I would say honestly, that one was relatively easy compared to like how difficult some of them get. Oh wait, did it not rebuild? It didn't rebuild. Stand by. Clean all projects. Delete. Did we add the patch file? Fix web mouse coordinates patch. Hey, this is how's it going? I'm just doing some C++, and more specifically, I am trying to get the Raylib graphics library to work in the browser correctly with my engine, because right now the coordinates are a little off. I've spent the entire morning getting events to work in general. Now they're working, but they're not working correctly. So I'm trying to figure out how to fix that. Did this actually compile? This installed Raylib. This didn't compile. That's not good. We need this to actually recompile with the patch. So let's delete this. Let's delete the build trees, downloads, packages. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to delete permanently. Do you do coding at all? This is okay, so the build directory was deleted. No, these are still getting deleted. That's going to take a sec. Man, why is this not... Sets canvas width over height directly, bypassing GLFW's resize listener. This leaves GLFW active with stale. Scale mouse coordinates by... Man, is that really going to be the answer? rcoreweb.c. I'm curious if that gets fixed in Raylib 6.0. Emscripten set canvas element size. Set up viewport. No. So this still makes me think I'm doing something wrong. Well, that's really cool. My parents were not computer people. They made sure like I had a computer growing up, and I got to learn by just tinkering around on the computer, but they definitely were not computer people. That's pretty cool that you got to have someone, at least, even if it wasn't something you were strongly interested in, you're at least aware of it. I think everyone should be aware of computer science and at least have one class taught. Even if a lot of it goes over your head, it's still worth knowing, generally speaking, how a computer works. It is so integrated in our lives. Thanks, Negligent. I really appreciate that. Just for anyone's awareness, if you're on, I did release a YouTube video today. It's not I would say it's not a video you just want to sit down and watch. It's more informational with timestamps. So just be aware it exists to help you figure out how I am managing my project here. It gives you an idea of like how I'm able to build C++ for Windows, Linux, Android, WebAssembly, etc. Oh my god, this is taking forever to delete. I also wonder, maybe I should try and run this in a regular browser. I already deleted. Ooh, it's really thinking about it. Okay, there we go. Now it's done. Let's try this one more time. I'm worried the build files are still cached, so it's just going to install and not rebuild. Yeah, it's just installing. No, it's downloading some stuff. Okay, I think we're good now. I think it's rebuilding. So hopefully it'll rebuild with this patch. We'll see if that fixes the events. Alrighty, take care. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully I'll have events up and running by the time you get back. Up and running correctly, that is. Okay, so that built. That built. Moment of truth. Holy crap. I think that fixed the problem. This might literally be a bug in Raylib. Yeah, I think that fixed the problem. I don't This would have taken me a long time to figure out on my own. I think the LLM did its job here pretty well. So if I turn rotation and scaling back on, we'll see if that still works. An actual or a potential bug in Raylib. Again, maybe I'm just using it wrong. Heck yeah. That's just straight up working. We've got events. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna need a break after this. I've been at this for 4 hours. Oh, okay. So let's stage my changes. So all that took was a custom port of Raylib fixing a potential bug, or at least adding a fix for WebAssembly. And yeah, I think that's all it took. And reading a bunch of Raylib C code to understand how Raylib works under the hood. So the next step is cleaning up. So make sure our code is formatted. It is. I've been at it since 8 a.m. It is almost 10 p.m. Oh my gosh, dude. You need more coffee. Holy crap. I need to switch this over to Clang so that I can run Clang tidy, make sure the code is sound. So realistically, what I need, and maybe I'll do this in my free time, I'm not sure. But VC package, we need to open a ticket to add additional feature enabling for Raylib, because I had to write my own custom port to do this, so that we can turn on custom frame control, which is what I needed in order to, so that I can choose when to process events, which is needed for WebAssembly to work correctly with a Syncify. And then a potential bug fix that needs to be sent to Raylib for WebAssembly as well. But for now, we're good, because I can just make use of this overlay, this port overlay, to automatically apply the changes to Raylib for me. Is this compiling right now? It is. Okay. Just waiting for the paint to dry. It's almost dry. There we go. All right. Make sure this still runs. That runs. Events still processed. That's good. Let's run Clang Tidy, where everything's going to fall apart. Passing. Oh my god, everything passes. I wrote perfect code first try. That's not true. I already fixed a bunch of this already. All right, so with these changes, I am now getting I didn't really go over these changes. It's a little complicated, but I basically set the base object up to handle retrieving and caching parents and also these on-child add and remove signals so that the node can listen to those signals and internally register the children if they are of node types for transformation hierarchies without having to perform a dynamic cast every iteration. So we did that. Window implemented some event handling. We are now processing events for Raylib manually versus letting Raylib do it for us, which helped us solve the scripting issue. A bunch of tests were written. To make sure the node hierarchy stuff was working as intended. And then, of course, the Raylib patching. All of that is good. Let's do one more sanity check by hopping over to Windows and making sure all of this builds and runs on Windows still. No errors first try. Delusional. Yeah, you're not wrong. This code is perfect. Just don't look at it. I need to add some more text rendering for mouse events and stuff and mouse position. Why say I need it and just do it? Okay, so we have root node, rectangle, text. So I could, this is almost like a group. Let's call this a group. Group text. It's a group chat. So this will be, so we have text, txt keyboard, keys, txt keys. Yeah. So then I need auto txt mouse. Yeah, there we go. Autocomplete for me. Or no, this is the mouse event, right? I do foresee an issue. This is a plain old node. I would almost need to put these as children of a layout type so that they are cleanly positioned. So for now, I think I just need to give this guy... Yeah, something like that. Let's see what that looks like. How's my experience with this so far? Do I think it's worth learning? I guess it depends. Depends who you are and why you're asking. It's worth learning for me because I made a career out of it. If we're talking C++ specifically. It's potentially worth learning for me some more, like the Raylib stuff and building like a game engine from scratch, because it gives you guys an opportunity to see how I go about tackling not understanding how like a new library works that I've never used before and how I integrate it into my projects. So it kind of gives you an idea, and I try to speak my thoughts aloud so that you understand what I'm thinking. So I think that's kind of worth it. If I'm actively just trying to make a game, that's a tougher sell, I think, to do it the way I'm doing it, because as we have seen, we're on, I think I titled this stream day 6, and I've had other streams also playing around with my game. I don't have a game to show right now. That is probably not worth it. But in the long run, for me, if I manage to make a game or two, then I will at least have all of this in place so that I can keep reusing it, and I will know it fully and understand it 100% and know what the limitations are and be able to fix anything I need to fix. So I think it's worth it. Even if I don't make a game with it, I still think it's like worthwhile. I'm learning, or at least at a minimum, I'm practicing. I don't know if I'd recommend it to someone who's trying to make a game and sell it. I think maybe you just use a game engine and be done with it, especially if your game isn't like too crazy or too custom, right? Let's see if this works. Okay. Kind of works. But it didn't. Mouse moved. Oh, I bet I don't have move events implemented. But that's okay. We'll save that. I want to get this committed since everything else is working. We have event handling on WebAssembly. So now, what do we do? What do we do? What's the next step? Get the other events implemented, I suppose? So I don't think I have a mouse move event. We have event mouse. We have moved. We have position. But we don't have Is mouse button pressed? Is mouse button released? Is there a way to know if a mouse has moved other than get mouse position and track it? Is mouse Steve Ho. Is mouse button pressed, down, released, up, get mouse X, get mouse Y. Get mouse position, get mouse delta. Get mouse delta between frames. So maybe I can check this. If the delta is 0, the mouse hasn't moved. So maybe I need this. Together. All right. So comparing floats is a little dangerous like this because you could have a float that is essentially 0, but it still not be equal to 0. I'm not going to worry about it right now, but at some point I'll probably need to implement a solution for doing float comparisons. Event move. Okay, if this works, we should see it appear in my application. Sweet. So I think I can also fix this 0 FPS thing. Since we are now controlling the timing and not Raylib, we can't lean on Raylib's debug tool. So I need to move draw FPS, and we need to implement our own. I could just implement a debug one, I suppose. Do I provide that? I do. All right, I could try and implement a simple one real quick. Let's see what that looks like. So we have text. We can implement a text fps.ixx, I guess. Now the question is, do I derive from text? I don't need this anymore. Don't need that. Need font size. Kills me. Why is that not working? This is crazy. Did it just implement the text FPS object for me by tab completing? Because this is all I was trying to do on update. This is update post though. Oh, get FPS. That's not going to work. We have to calculate our own. So it didn't quite get it right. Because I want to do auto delta time. And this really just becomes 1.0f over delta time dot count, I think. Format is not a member of. That's fair. Boom. We have frame rate. And oh my god, is it just going quickly? It's going as fast as it can, so you can't even read what the frame rate is at. I should probably clean that up. What's the best way to do that? A rolling frame rate, maybe? A rolling average? Accumulate like 200 frames. Because if I get a rolling average, we'll see it kind of smooth out and be able to actually read the text. Because right now you can't even read it. Press any key. Okay. So the way to do that is to get a vector or a deck. Because we're going to only want to keep 200. So that's a push. What is that? A push front pop back, a push back. You push, you push, you push, you push, you push, you push, you pop. Push, pop, push, pop. Let's use a deck. Dang it. I was hoping, does ranges not have accumulate? C++23 replacement and C++23 new fold algorithms were introduced as modern range-aware replacements for accumulate. The most direct equivalent is fold left. This is why we practice. This is why we explore. I didn't know this existed. And if I wasn't practicing today, right now, I never would have discovered fold left. Standard CPP fold left. Standard ranges fold left. Fold left. New runtime algorithm. Is there a CPP reference website? What are you doing, Trill? My cat's just laying on the ground, pawing at my feet. Left folds the elements of a given range as it returns the result of evaluation of the chain expression. Ranges fold left using plus. So you still have to enter a begin, standard multiplies. I mean, let's try it, I guess. What header is this under? Algorithm? Part of the issue with this, okay, it's doing a little better. It's smoothed out, so I'm definitely still getting like 12, 13,000 frames a second. It's doing decimal, and I don't need decimal. Is there a way in formatting to just like cut that off? I've not really used standard format all that much. Format with fixed precision using standard format. Holy crap, what does that even mean? I guess I'll try it. Wait, is that a compile error? What? Standard basic format string called to immediate function is not a constant expression? I don't think I knew standard format would have a compile error if you put in a wrong string. Okay, so that does 0.2, but I want 0. How do I do 0? Do I just do this? No. How about this? No. All right. I mean, my other option is I could just cast it to an init. I need it to be 0. Width is 10. Oh, it even allows you to enter it as a second value. What? Wait, what? Colon. So I could do this and say 0 precision. Is the theme-make machinery worth it if you're only targeting one platform? Yeah. That's a tough one. For me, in my experience, it's never just one platform. You know, because what inevitably ends up happening is you'll like work on one platform, Linux, Windows, Mac, whatever. And then you'll inevitably, and this has happened at companies I've worked for many a times, we're like, yeah, we're only supporting Linux. And then literally like a few months later, it's like, hey, our client came back and it turns out most of our end users only know how to use Windows. We need to support Windows. Like, yeah, okay. For a toy hobby project, you do what you want, right? If you don't have the interest or the time or willingness to learn CMake, you can straight up build everything you need to in Visual Studio and call it a day. Just do what you want. But from my experience, for me, CMake is easier than setting up Visual Studio because I have used CMake my entire career. I know how to set my CMake projects up quicker than I know how to do Visual Studio. And so even if I was only targeting Windows or Visual Studio, I would still use CMake. But I get it. If you just don't want to spend the time to learn it, I totally understand. So you're good to just do what you want, especially if you're only targeting Windows. From a maintainability perspective, the ability to support multiple platforms cannot be discounted. If you tie yourself to Visual Studio, then none of your configuration will work for Clang or GCC. And if your configuration doesn't work for Clang or GCC, you miss out on the opportunities to discover additional like things wrong with the way you wrote your code. With my project here, I have this running on multiple platforms and making use of multiple compilers. And then I also have automated builds through GitHub's action APIs. So when I come in here, yeah, I already have a build failure, right? So like right here, my code builds for Linux or some of my Linux builds, but it fails on Mac and it fails on Windows. So if I was only building for one platform, then, you know, I wouldn't catch these. And it looks like, ooh, looks like I have test failures actually. Pretend you guys didn't see that. If you don't observe failures, then they don't happen. I'm apparently doing this wrong. Oh, this is width. This is precision. So I need a dot. Dot 0. There we go. Now we got whole numbers again. All right, so this looks like how it used to. I mean, you guys probably can't really see that because chat's kind of hiding it, but you know. Just know it is rocking about 12, 13,000 frames a second over the course of 200 frames. Ooh, it dropped to 6,000. So there's something going on periodically that drops my engine to rendering only 6,000 frames a second. So for that, I apologize. Okay. So that's working though. So cool. We now have a text FPS object that we can use in our engine. Man, guys, I think I'm getting really close to start building a game with this. I think the other piece I'm going to have to figure out is input handling. Like the action map, kind of like how Godot does it, but I can also kind of figure that out as we go with the game. Dude, what are you doing? My cat is on the ground biting me. What are you doing? Hey, stop it. Little twerp. Um, and then I'll also need some like simple drawable components for sure. Vertices, circles. At least for the game I want to make, circles are going to be kind of a big deal. Lines. Eventually joysticks. I don't have joysticks implemented yet. I have keyboard, mouse implemented. Window resizing kind of implemented. I'm not really handling that right now. I don't really need it. So I guess the next step is making sure all of this is working on WebAssembly again. Default font size. Yeah, let's swap over to Linux real quick. Make sure it configures, builds, and runs. What's your problem, huh? What are you doing? Okay, it is running on Linux. That's good. Let's verify WebAssembly. And then I'll need to fix those failing tests. Ooh. That's not good. Uh-oh. Cannot find... Oh, I have ARM selected. I'm not on an ARM system. X64. Hey, I am. How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. I finally got event handling working in WebAssembly. All it took was patching Raylib and also disabling Raylib's control over its update loop. That's all it took. It was easy. All right, so WebAssembly is built, so let's verify. Web show preview. Event handling is working. It's weird that that's interesting. It's like subpixels for WebAssembly, huh? But event handling works. Just had to patch a bug in Raylib and also get manual control over the update loop. Sweet. So then the last piece of the puzzle was fixing some failing tests, I think, on Linux. All right, once I get this fixed and pushed up, I'm going to take a couple-minute break. I shall return. Because I do technically am scheduled to stream at 5:30, and I didn't want to leave anyone hanging who thought I was only doing 5:30. It's GCC release. All right. I'll make sure that's running as well. And then I need to run the tests. Oh my god. My terminal's all dorked up. What's going on here? There we go. Okay. All right. That's working. Okay. The last step of the puzzle. Oh, I need to run Clang tidy. Ooh, which might require me to build it in Clang. Maybe not. Nope, it needs me to build it in Clang. I can't run that yet. All right, so let me run the test real quick, see what's failing and passing. Unit events mouse button unknown does not alias left. Oh, that's fair. Expect unknown to not equal left. Because I think that was something I accidentally undid. The problem is Raylib assigns 0 to mean left, 1 to mean right, 2 to mean middle. So I need unknown to be like standard numeric limits max. Standard numeric limits. Does that build? Was that the only thing that was failing? Yeah, that might have been the only thing that was failing. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I think that'll fix that. Let's run the test again. It passes. Clang tidy. I need to make sure Clang is good. Clang debug. Oh, I knew it was going to call me out on the magic number. Raid, let's go. Thank you for the raid. How's it going, guys? I really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for saying hi. You kind of caught me in the middle of getting some a little bit of C++ up and running. Hopefully you guys know what programming is. Okay, so that's good. Let's make sure this runs. Everyone see that? Everyone sees that, right? We've got events working. The keyboard's working. Clicking on the rectangle works. So that's good. And that's on Linux. On Windows, I need to make sure WebAssembly is still working with this change. WebAssembly. Fellow C++ dev, huh? Awesome. Well, thanks. I appreciate the call out, the shout out. For those who are completely new to what I'm about, I am a C++ professional of about 15 years. I am actively working on building a game. I am doing so via this open source project called Awen. C++, currently 23, hoping to move to 26 whenever all three compilers, the big compilers, support reflection. I'm very interested in looking and exploring reflections. And yeah, I have a prototype of my game built in Godot, but I'm not a huge fan of Godot and its editors, and I like C++, and people appear to pay attention to me when I talk C++, so that's kind of what I'm focusing on right now. And I've got a little website that kind of describes the game I was making called briarthorn.game that goes over this. So that's what I'm working towards right now. Is this was done up in Godot. I am building up my own application with basically Raylib under the hood to support Windows, Linux, Mac, and WebAssembly. I am currently using dev containers to achieve that, so I work primarily on Windows. So that's where you are seeing this VS Code setup. Let's do that. And I am in the middle of making sure my Clang Tidy passes and is playing nice with everything else. Because if you've ever used Clang Tidy, it calls you out for the littlest things because it's a jerk. But it does so with good intention, so I put up with it. What do I think about Rust? I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other because I have never used Rust. I will say this. It's cross-platform. It handling everything for you for cross-platform development and dependency management and all that fun stuff is really appealing. As someone who has worked cross-platform applications in C++ his entire career, it's a pain. I won't deny it. It is a pain. You got to know what you're doing. And I'm sure even with Rust, there's probably still caveats to that, right? You probably still have to know what you're doing. But with C++ and all the different compilers that you have to get set up and their flags, like, it's a pain. So it does appeal to me, but I don't have an opinion on like if Rust is awesome or terrible. Maybe someday I will. Maybe once I get enough people clamoring for me to explore Rust, maybe I'll set aside a day or a week to do that. Cool. WebAssembly events are working. You won't believe the effort I went through to make this happen. Let's see. I've been streaming for 5 hours today, and I would say 4.5 of those hours were spent getting this working. I had to patch Raylib. I had to set a flag on Raylib to give me control of its update iterations, all so that I can do event handling in WebAssembly. All of that is working, so I need to... I think I'm ready to push things up, because I think Clang Tidy was passing. So I'm going to swap over to Windows now. Now I'm in Windows. And I'm going to push up my changes. Implement a frame rate counter. Hey, Silence. I have been aware of Bevy for a minute. I've also been aware of Slint. So my background for cross-platform applications, I spent a lot of time in Qt Quick, QML as well. And for those who aren't aware, there is a new tool called Slint. And it basically does like the same types of scripting that Qt Quick does, but it's written in Rust and supports out of the box. It supports C++, Rust, JavaScript, TypeScript, Python. That might be it. Node.js, React kind of things. So if you're into like cross-platform application development, at some point I do want to delve deeper into Slint. It is open source. I think I think you have to pay a license for embedded, but everything else is open source. It looks interesting as well. Okay, so what's next? I got events working. These are currently all the platforms and tests that I run. If you had to migrate and learn Rust, what steps would you take to learn Rust? Honestly, I would probably just do what I always do and start building up like a small toy game or application, you know, because I like to familiarize myself with how things link, how project configuration works. It's my understanding that Rust doesn't do inheritance. It does like it uses like tagged unions or something like that. So I would want to learn that. I would want to learn like best practices, how you typically go about solving object-oriented problems with Rust versus what I'm used to doing. And I would try and figure all that out through like making a simple game. Oh, hey, I want to come here. Come here. Trill. Come here. Come on. Come on. This is Trill. He likes to come and say hi sometimes. You want to say hi? Yeah. And other times he likes to be a twerp and just chew on my feet. Okay, everything's passing, so that's good. And there are a lot of new rewrites. Yeah, I also, so I'm torn, right? I professionally, I'm a C++ engineer by trade. It's what I've been doing, it's what I know, it's what I'm most comfortable with, it's what I am experienced with when I need to get something up and running quickly. But I won't deny that you got to know your shit, right? It is easy to get stuff wrong. I mean, heck, there's a reason I have so many of these like pipeline jobs to scan my C++ code, because it's easy to get it wrong and it's easy to degrade your code over the course of time when you are not strict with yourself. Other languages these days, more modern languages, they give you a lot of tools to do that for you. Now, C++ has the tools as well, but you have to know those tools exist. You have to know how to set them up, and you have to know how to get the most value out of them, right? Another language that I have been toying with is Dart and Flutter. Why? Because I can very quickly and easily get applications up and running across all the platforms with minimal effort. And with Dart Flutter, I just literally just have to come in here, go to extensions, search Flutter, install the extension, and boom, I'm up and running, right? Slint, I think, might be a little bit like that, but you do have to have Rust installed in order for that to work. So there's just like, there's something to be said about languages that you can just install via an extension on any platform and you're up and running coding. My long-term goal with Awen is to do that, but for like small 2D games or applications. And I have someone else who periodically helps contribute. I had him on last Friday. His name is Jamal. He worked for me previously, and so he wanted to contribute to this project. So I am having him actively explore Lua as a potential solution for scripting up the UI and kind of providing us almost like a declarative interface versus imperative. So we'll see what comes of that. He's busy, so he won't be able to spend too much time on it, and I'm not like in dire need of it. But we'll see how that turns out. Dude, I've been with C++ for 15 years. Nothing's going to ruin C++ for me. I am entrenched. I don't know if there's any saving me. All right. So I know for the game I want to make, the next piece of the puzzle is drawing a circle, and I don't know what tools Raylib gives us to do that. I think it has a draw arc function. If that's the case, that's really all I need. Yeah, that looks good. I'm pretty sure. Or maybe they call it draw ring. I think Raylib calls it draw ring. I think that's what I need. Thanks for the explanation. Such an ASMR to see people. Trying to remember what I use when building Space Invaders Zig. Zig. Zig's another one. I tried giving Zig a run a year or two ago, and I do think Zig is really cool. It is kind of verbose. It's a lot of, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Maybe I'm just not, I didn't get used to its syntax, but Zig was a little tough. What I really like about Zig is being able to use Zig as a cross-platform, cross-compiling toolchain for C++. That's cool. I haven't integrated it with this project, but I probably should at some point. Maybe I should just call it ring to keep it consistent with the Raylib API. Even though I'm used to thinking of it like an arc. That way if someone like comes in here and like, oh, I know Raylib. Like, what the hell is arc? That might also... Uber uses the toolchain? Oh, that's cool. So I have tried using Zig as a cross-compiled toolchain before and also integrate it with a VC package, which is the package manager I choose to use. One issue I always ran into is the compile commands for C++. So in all of my different builds, I support, because CMake does it, this automatically generated JSON file that lists all of the compile commands, right? LSPs need it. Different tools need it, like Clang Tidy, for instance, Clang D. But as far as I could tell, at least a year or two ago when I tried this, Zig had no tool or no way to automatically generate that compile commands.json file. And honestly, that was like my biggest blocker. And I didn't want to write it myself. I think there might have been an open source project that did it, but I couldn't quite figure out how to integrate it. So I kind of gave up after that. This is not how I want you to auto-generate this. This isn't working. Man, this completely lost the plot. I don't know what happened here. This is not what it should be doing. It thinks I'm in a header file. Is it because I'm on Windows? Did it forget? All right, hang on. The autocomplete is doing terrible things, and I think part of it is because for some reason my Windows LSP isn't picking everything up. I'm going to hop back over to Linux and see how this behaves. That's interesting if that's an issue. I'm going to have to figure that out. I forget what I called my functions. Is it render? Render. Oh, man. So a node has a position, but what's being drawn can also have a position. I almost wonder if I have to use that to dictate the origin of what's being drawn. If I just do 0, 0, I'll do 0, 0 for now. Inner radius. Outer radius. Start angle. Oh, it doesn't know. Or wait, no, it does know. I'm not converting it. Where do I do that? To Raylib color, that's what I call it. Okay. Cool. Okay, so that's ring. LMNO PQR. Okay, so if I want to implement a range ring to be at the center of my display, see, like I said, sometimes I feel like it listens to my mic. Let's make it white. What did I just build for? Oh, that's WebAssembly. Whoops. Let's do Clang debug. All right, so there it is running on Linux. We do have a ring, so that's good. Because I will need that for my game. Inner radius, except here I would want it to be like only 4 pixels. So I need the radius to be height. I need the radius to be height divided by 2. And then I need the inner radius to be that minus however thick I want the line to be. So ring, get outer radius minus, let's do like 4. Start angle is 0, so let's do like 330 just to see where the start and end of this is. Segments for a circle. Let's do like 90. Yeah, look at that. All right, this is looking correct. That kind of looks like a range ring. Okay, so I will end up having to do some math because I will eventually want to automatically resize this, which means I probably also want property bindings at some point. So a property system, I'm gonna need. Cool. All right. Let's make sure all that's kosher. Make sure Clang Tidy is good with it. I'm also gonna have to figure out how to use this with my game because I want my game to be in a separate repo that's private. I think long term, I know what I want to do. That's going to be a lot of work. Okay, Clang Tidy Pass. Everything's good then. It formats, Clang Tidy Passes. WSL disk IO is a little slow, so I'm swapping back over to Windows so I can actually like push up my changes. I don't know why Windows is failing to find my definitions now because it used to work. Oh, wait, now it's working. All right, I'm not going to question it. Whatever. All right, so I got enough pieces in place to do rendering, some simple event handling. What else do I need? So if we like looked at my game real quick, let me swap over to desktop, I guess. I mean, obviously, I'm going to need UI components. So layouts, automatic resizing when the window resizes, scaling, that kind of stuff. Is my... There we go. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. Event handling, which I have. I think an input action system. I got event handling. I've got the rings. We have text. Oh, I'm gonna need a rectangle with borders, which Raylib might support as well. Actually. Oh, and polygons. Just generic polygons I'm gonna need. So I think that's what I need next. Is just like a generic polygon. Yeah, okay. I think that's what I need next. All right. I know I just got raided, and I really appreciate everyone coming by, but I was on the verge of taking a break because I really have to use the bathroom. So I will be right back. And I'm also going to grab a drink. But I think polygons are next. All right. I am tired. I don't know about you guys. It's been a long day for me. I didn't even have to work. So, one of the things I'm doing with my game is because I'm terrible with graphics, I thought I'd be smart and just build all my shapes via vertices. Well, I don't have a way to draw that right now. I need a way to draw like vertices. And I think applications typically like to call them like paths. I could call it just polygon. The hardest part of programming. What do I call this class? Well, what is the, let's stay consistent. What does Raylib call it? I think they just call it triangles, right? Um, Geometry, maybe they call it, maybe Raylib calls it geometry. Draw grid. Draw plane, capsule, cylinder, spheres, cubes, triangles, points, lines. I kind of want it to be like draw lines, but that's just a start position, end position. Draw model, billboard. That sounds like 3D stuff. Yeah, naming conventions is so difficult. That's why I always if I can, I let Clang Tidy enforce naming conventions. That way I don't have to worry about it. Okay. This might be an RLGL angle where I draw vertices directly. Draw. Yeah. The path seems more complicated. Maybe because I also want to be able to fill or unfill. Oh, that's 3D. Draw text, draw code points. Okay. There's much more. Draw line. Start position, end position. Draw a pixel? You can draw a pixel. That's fancy. Draw a line strip. Ooh. Maybe this is what I want. That would be an unfilled. I also want filled. Draw poly. Draw polylines. Is this what I want? This is center, sides. Oh, no. This is like a... No, this isn't it. Hey, Captain. How's it going? Draw ring lines. Draw ring. Draw line strip. Draw triangle strip. I mean, I guess I could. Draw rectangle lines. I want to be able to draw lines with thickness. Well, I'm thinking the answer might be triangle strip. I always forget which one's which. Draw triangle lines? Draw triangle strip. Yeah, I think this is what I want. Yeah, that's kind of my idea. I'm going to try some of them out. I was hoping there was I'm not seeing one that's like here's a list of lines and thickness. Draw them in like a single draw call. Like there's polylines, but these are all like based off of like a center. There's draw line, I guess, but there's no thickness for this. Unless Raylib has a way to set a thickness. Draw line Bezier. This has a thickness. It seems kind of expensive to do what I want. But I need filled polygons first, so I think triangle strip is the answer. I think triangle strip is the answer. Oh, okay. This is a perfect opportunity to talk some C++ for you guys. I love this conversation, especially with newer C++ developers. Let me make sure this works first. Captain, you missed out on a big struggle because I started stream a lot earlier today because I was off work, so I figured I would stream more. The big thing that we got done is event handling for WebAssembly. I don't know if you were present on any of the other ones where I was doing WebAssembly, but the browser implementation of my application, it wasn't receiving events. So it took some finagling, but we figured out, with the help of an LLM, figured out that the issue was twofold. One, with WebAssembly and the way Raylib automatically handles event processing for you, it does it in an order that doesn't play nice with asynchronify WebAssembly, so like multi-threaded WebAssembly. So I had to write essentially like a get patch file to put in a patch to fix that issue. The other portion of this, the patch file was to fix a different bug. The actual fix was Raylib allows you to get control of the individual update loop, but you had to compile it in. So I created a port file for VC package to compile those flags in to get full control of the Raylib update loop. So now I am the captain, and I am controlling how everything gets updated. With those changes, we now have events working in WebAssembly in a browser. So that was the big thing that I spent the first half of today doing. Now I'm just working on getting a couple more graphical components up and running so that I can start switching over to actually building a game and not just sitting here building an engine that won't see the light of day kind of thing. Because it's a struggle, right? If you just get trapped building a game engine, you'll never make a game. And I actually want to make a game, I hope. Huh. What? Cannot find partial ordering. Please include compare header. Doing something wrong. Import. Awen color. Raylib. What in tar nations? Why is this a problem? This was not a problem before, so what changed? Long alone, go to the window low. To Raylib color. Do I need to include it here? That would be insane. Cannot find partial ordering. So the other thing, just so you guys are aware, I am actively learning how to use modules and like running into all kinds of issues like this where like, oh yeah, sometimes you got to include the header with the module even though you've already included it in the module. And I don't know if it's because that's how you're supposed to do it or if there are still like compiler bugs that don't support modules fully yet. So I have had numerous workarounds put into this project to enable myself to continue using modules for the entirety of this project on Windows, Linux, Mac, Android, WebAssembly, GCC, Clang, Visual Studio 22 and 26. Lots of workarounds to make all of this happen. Okay, so that compiled. Let me make sure. No, let's talk about the thing I was going to talk about. So, C++. We are taught, at least I was taught in class years ago, standard vector. It's a data structure, right? It contains lots of data. You pass by const reference so that you can, store it for your class or whoever is owning the data, right? But we don't really do that anymore. Not with modern C++. This is not an ideal solution. It turns out passing a vector by const reference is not the way to do it. So if I make such a blanket statement, then what would be the way to do it? Well, you want the option to handle move semantics, right? So you could keep this here, and then in addition to this, you could also support move semantics. So if you need to pass in data that you want to keep around after you're done with it, or after you call set vertices, well, then you could still do this. But if you want to hand off the data to your class, you could do this. But I don't like this, because that means anytime I am writing a setter or I need to pass data around to these classes, that means I have to implement this function more than once, which, if you've ever worked on a large enough code base with enough developers, you inevitably run into this situation where not everyone is on the same page. Not everyone has the same level of experience. Not everyone has kept up with the language standards. And sometimes you just have new people on the team, right? So I have found that it is better to reduce how much code you write. And the best way to do that, as it turns out, is you pass your vector by value and move it. Because if you do that, you allow the compiler to determine how to use this function. Which means I could do stuff like, let's do it here. I could create a vector of oh god. I could create a vector of 2 million vertices, right? You don't want to pass that by value, so what do? Well, let's say someone who doesn't know what they're doing just calls set vertices and passes it by value. It turns out, if you would have left this as a const reference, this copy that you accidentally did would still have been a single copy, right? When we were passing by const reference, we stored the data as a copy. We copied what we passed in by const reference. So even if the user of our API didn't know that they could call standard move on this, that one copy was going to happen no matter what. The added benefit, though, is what if you instead initialize your data inline, right? You define your vertices like this, 2 million vertices. Well, now you get the benefit from copy elision. The ability to kind of essentially instantiate your object inline, and then it gets moved into your function. So you're still not performing any copies. So that's just like an inherent optimization that occurs because of this by value. If it was const reference, you would not get that optimization. You would have to actually separately instantiate the object and then copy it into your function. You also get the benefit of moving it, right? So that way, I always say pass by value if you need to take ownership or store the data that's getting passed in. Now, there's still room for a const reference, obviously, especially when you're just needing to read the data. But if you're going to store the data, pass by value. This right here could almost be an opportunity to use a span, but I'm not going to mess with that right now. All right, so let's make sure this actually does something. Triangle strip, main. I don't know what it's trying to draw. I'm just letting it do it. Oh, did I not compile it? Whoops. I did compile it. It's not working though. Root node, we add the triangle strip, we set the vertices, set the color. Let's just do a triangle. Keep it simple, silly. 400, 100, 500, 100, 450, 200. That should be fine. All right, we have vertices, but it not working. Triangle lines. Okay. Triangle, draw poly, draw line. Does triangle strip need a minimum amount of triangles? To avoid rendering issues like disappearing triangles, ensure your vertices follow a consistent clockwise or counterclockwise order, as Raylib uses backface calling by default in many contexts. Let's make sure I'm doing that. So we want to go counterclockwise. So X is, Y is negative. Let's do, I'm okay with that. So let's, Y is 100, X is 400. No, X would be over here. Then we go, X is 500, Y is 100. Then we go, X is 450, Y is 200. So we go boom, boom, boom. That's not counterclockwise. That's clockwise. So we need to start on the left side, go right, and then go up. So this needs to be like, this needs to be 200, and this needs to be 100. Maybe? I don't know. I also don't know if triangle strip works with only 3 vertices. Boom. Sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. I know what I'm talking about. Okay, so realistically then, if this was my aircraft, what I would really want to do is normalize it around 0. I know, right, Dark? This is probably one of the longest streams I've ever had. It helps when you don't have to work for the day. So what I really want to do here is set this to negative 0.5 for Y, because we're doing the top center, so X would be 0. Grab a bunch of little makeup. And then we're going to go down to the left, which would be X is positive 0.5. Y is positive 0.5. No, X is not positive. X is negative. And then, yes. So now we're top center, down to the left, to the right. And if this works, we probably won't see anything because it's going to be like a dot. But then I should be able to scale it. Self-righteous suicide. I try, but angels deserve to. So if I scale it to like 64 by 64, if I go for like 64-bit gameplay, and then I can set its position to the center of the screen. It might not look it, but we are slowly turning into a video game. All in C++. I wonder how big my executable is. 3.3 megabytes in debug. Stand my self-righteous suicide. See what it is in release. Angels deserve to die. My self-righteous suicide. Even angels deserve to die. 760 kilobytes in release for my game. I think using Godot, it was like 50 to 100 megabytes. Something like that. That could be wrong. I don't actually. I guess I could look it up. I don't want to throw around false information here. 98 megabytes in Godot. Obviously, there's a lot more going on in Godot, but we'll get there. Okay, so triangle strip is working. Let's get that committed. Make sure it passes my local tests here. I think the next thing is camera work. Raylib has a built-in camera. So essentially, I'm going to create a camera node, and then anything under the camera will effectively be the game world, and then everything outside the camera will be like the UI. Debug. I love System of a Down. I grew up I grew up in the 90s and early 2000s, and like I went to school late 90s early 2000s. That's when they were like peak, right? Hang out in high school, play hacky sack and listen to System of a Down or play Halo. Man, clean. All right. Let's get this committed. This next one I'm going to have to play around with a little bit because I'm not 100% sure how this works. We're going to create a camera. Which is probably going to be what, pre and post render. It almost figured it out. I don't think this is how I want to do this. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll do that. Camera. So this really becomes camera. Let's get rid of this. Let's do this. That. That makes sense. Except this should be on render pre. Nope, that's not what I said. I said pre. We want to begin the mode. Then on render post, we end the mode. I think is what we do here. That should be pretty straightforward. Not trying to make this overly complicated. Raylib's doing all the lifting. I'm just providing a C++ API that I will eventually be able to apply a scripting language on top of to modify all of this. So begin mode, end mode. So if this works, we can specify a target. Zoom. Because I'm basically going to want the camera to be focused on my triangle. So this guy here, if everything else is UI, we add a camera with an offset in the center. And then we make this triangle. If I don't set a position, let's see what this does. I don't know if that's right. Isn't this like an offset off of what it's targeting? I'm not going to set anything. Let's see what happens. Could not find module. Awen Raylib camera. Okay. We're still in the center, even though it's positioned around 0, 0 and scaled up. So if I'm right, if we remove the camera and just make this root node, then the triangle should go back to the top left corner. Maybe I'm not right. Why did that not do what I thought it was going to do? Hey, Trill, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. Why did that not do what I thought it was going to do? Because root node, we position a rectangle at an offset of 100, 100, so that makes sense. I'm going to simplify this. Let's comment out everything. So we have a root node. We add triangle strip to the root node. Oh no. Oh. Let's comment this out as well. That's why. I'm running the wrong thing. What am I building? Oh, I forgot I switched to release. Dang it, guys. That's a rookie mistake. Okay, so it is doing what I thought. So without the camera, it's in the top left corner because the top left corner of the window is 0, 0. If we add the camera back in, by default, the camera is targeting 0, 0. So any children of the camera will be drawn relative to 0, 0 being at the center of the display. Dang it. With an offset. Damn it. What am I not understanding? Camera has an offset, a target, a rotation, a zoom. What am I doing wrong? I mean, literally, the camera target should be triangle, strip, get position. So I don't know. Maybe this was never working because I was running the wrong thing. So now I need to figure out if these functions are being called. Okay. On render pre, on render post. All that looks good. Call render pre, render. Render. Oh, whoops. I'm swapping. Whoops, 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 whoops. Why in the world am I doing that? All of this needs to be under the drawing calls. Okay. It's doing something. So let's get rid of this offset. See what happens. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh, come on. How does this work? Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I bet. I don't want a camera transform to be applied. Root node. Camera. Oh, how does this work? Offset, target, rotation, zoom. Uh, you set the target to be the player plus 20. Set the offset. Okay, so the offset is where to center the camera. So that is what I want. Screen and okay. So that should be camera height. And they were doing position plus. Wait. Did I seriously have. No. The triangle doesn't have a position. They were doing like this plus 20. Does Raylib support adding to its vector like this? I didn't think so. Dang it. It's all black. So annoying. Does this stuff still render by chance? I didn't screw something else up, did I? Oh, I screwed something else up. Nothing's rendering. Am I building the right thing? Debug. Build. Install debug. All that looks good. Oh yeah, I screwed something up. Okay. So it didn't like doing a render pre and a render post. So camera begins inside begin drawing. So that's good. That's what I want. Why does it not like this? What did I do? On render pre. Not doing anything. Oh, wait a minute. Does zoom need to be defaulted? I mean, everything got moved with the camera, which shouldn't happen. So why did that happen? No discard it's an unfortunate reality of C++, which is by default C++ doesn't yell at you if you have a function that returns a value and you call that function and then you don't use that value. That is bug prone behavior, because why would a function return a value that you don't handle? So no discard tells the compiler that if a function returns a value with no discard on it, excuse me, it will yell at you if you don't handle the return type or the return value. So for everything I've done, more recently, I would say in the past 6-7 years, I use no discard. It's annoying, but it also means that if you have functions that return values, there's an expectation that those values get dealt with or handled in some fashion. It's just one of those things that forces you to write code a certain way. I think I might have an inkling of what's happening here. Now I got to find a better solution for this. So in window, root node, all the render pre's get called first, followed by all the render posts. When really, I need render pre and render post to get called inside this render function. So I think I implemented this incorrectly. So if I go to node, I think the issue is these need to be like almost like private functions. It's almost like this is render pre and this is render post. I wish you guys could see this. My cat is standing on the back of his legs with his claws in the back of my chair saying, "Hey, pay attention to me." Hey, Joe, how's it going? I'm doing good. Making a lot of progress. Getting really close to being able to swap from Awen back to my Briarthorn game and start porting it up. Just got to get some rendering kinks out of the way now. We managed to get a bunch of the event handling working. But basically, are you still okay? You're still waiting patiently for me. Hang on, Trill. I'm almost ready to help you. I think this needs to become render pre. This needs to become render post. These need to get moved. I don't think anyone should be calling these directly then. So let's move that to a private implementation, I guess. Render pre, render post. Well, it's almost... I still might want this, because this still is like, hey, if you need to do anything prior to rendering, do this. Oh. All right, I want to think about this for a sec, and I'm going to take care of my cat. I'll be right back. In what situation? I'll answer that when I get back. One sec. Let me take care of my cat. So what situation would the no discard work? It's honestly like I think the big culprit is functions that return some type of error code. It forces you to handle that error code because it'll be a compile error versus code that returns errors and then you don't handle it. It's an inconvenience for sure, but it also forces you to handle the error that you normally would have just skipped over because you're trying to get other work done. But in like large code bases with many hands working on those code bases, if every other person's being lazy and just like calling these functions that return errors that go unhandled, that's how you get bugs. So no discard all the things, and now you have to handle it or it'll be a compile error. And if it's a compile error, then your code doesn't pass pipelines and your code never gets merged. So it's a strong mechanism for maintaining a solid code base. You thought the compiler would complain. Let me see. Yeah, so right. And you might be able to get the compiler to complain for with certain flags turned on, but you give it that no discard at the end, and now the compiler will be forced to listen because you explicitly said this function should have its return handled. So I don't know what to do here. I actually think I am getting rid of these functions. Render pre, I think these go away. That's not what I intended. Because I need render pre, render post. So then the question becomes, are matrices transformed before rendering? I think the answer is yes. So now I'm thinking, on booyah. Ooh, that's awkward. Events aren't working. Oh, wait, I have that commented out. Uh, There we go. So now the camera is focused on the triangle. We have events working. All this is playing nice. Everything is rendering nice. I'm still rocking about 12,000 frames a second. I was at 14,000. So, but that's fine. You'll get that. Eventually some processing does have to happen. Ooh. When I move the mouse, I definitely drop to about 6,000 frames a second. Like I said, some processing has to happen. Maybe I'll, I don't know if I have time tonight, because I think I'm going to end a little early. But maybe, what is today? Monday? Maybe Wednesday, I can go over profiling and show you guys how I profile applications, so you can kind of visually see where your performance degradation is occurring. I mean, I'm rocking anywhere from 6 to 12,000 frames a second, so anything I'm doing right now is not a big deal. But maybe we'll see something that could be improved. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's where you'll find the value of like using an actual sleep to kind of like, hey, tell your CPU to relax a bit versus like pegging it. Okay. So I think camera's working, which is huge, because that means I can now define a world space for the game. So effectively, any children that get added to the camera is going to be in the game world, and then anything added outside the camera will be the UI world. So once I start building my game, I could honestly do something like this becomes UI equals, a node, but then world equals root node add camera, and then we add it in the correct order, right? Because you want UI on top of the world. So this is basically what handles rendering our game world, and then this is what will handle rendering our render world. Our game world is relative to whoever's like in the center for this game, and then the UI positioning is relative to the top left corner for UI. So that works out. This is awesome. This is starting to feel like a real engine. Okay, so let's make sure all this is kosher, compiles, formatted, all that fun stuff. And I might want to end it there. I don't know if there's too much more I had planned right now. Clang, tidy. Let's see. Let's hop over to Linux. We'll also make sure WebAssembly's still doing good. Hey, Jan, how's it going? Ooh, that's awkward. Nope, that makes sense. Don't capture this if you're not going to use it. Am I right? Oh, did it again. But where? Ah, right here. Wake the wolf, wake the white wolf. Oh, come on. Is it not going to let me do this? Missing field offset. Boo. I mean, it's fair. Boo. Wake the wolf, wake the white wolf. All right, that's good. Formatting is good. Let's see how Clang Tidy looks. I don't think, other than maybe some magic numbers, I don't think I did anything wrong. Wake the white wolf, wake the white wolf. I am programming the world. But honestly, I am doing some modern C++, relatively modern C++, to build up the initial components I need to make my game that I am porting over from Godot. What is it not like? Oh, there's already a rotation. Ooh. 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 The downside to inheritance. Ooh. What do I do here? Because rotation has a different meaning. Maybe this shouldn't be a node. Ooh, crap. Crap. Women in the U.S. Showing with a shotgun by her dog. Yeah, yeah, you'll get that. I mean, is shot with a shotgun by her dog. Oh, yeah, that sucks. Oh, what do I do here, guys? Oh man, Node has a rotation because it's a transform. A camera has a rotation because you want to rotate the camera. The easiest solution is to give this a different name, but I don't want it to be like camera rotation because I'm already a camera. I don't need to restate that I am a camera. I could call it set angle. Ooh, am I a genius? Set angle? Well, see, that's so confusing because now you'll have set rotation. What if I actually, you know what? What if I just get rid of this? What if the transforms just inherently work for a camera? That would be crazy, right? So this is Clang debug. Let's run it to get a baseline here. Okay, it runs. So I'm going to use the nodes transform to transform the camera and see if that actually rotates it. That would be kind of cool because then I just don't need to use it. Camera. Camera set rotation 45 degrees. We should see we should only see the triangle move really if this works. And if it does, problem solved. Yeah. Damn it. I was really hoping that would work. Damn it. There is another solution. It's not a good one. It's a very hacky one. Actually, I don't even think that would work. Because the problem is I don't really want to transform my camera. So I don't really need it to be a node, but node is the only thing that gives me access to render pre and post right now. That could be subject to change. I'm going to have to think about this one. Because I actually will need to make use of the camera rotation for the like aircraft radar to rotate the world around it. Like I legit will need that. I guess for now, we'll call it camera rotation. I hate it. I don't like it one bit. Okay. I'll have to think about that one. I think the actual answer will be a base node for handling the rendering API and a transform node for positioning things. I think. That way I can use a camera node without needing to worry about giving it an API for transforming it when that's not what it's intended for. Do I just do that right now? I think I could do that really quick. Maybe I just do that really quick. I think I can do that really quick. Famous last words, am I right? I'm going to go ahead and stage these changes in case what I do causes a lot of havoc. Let's create a transform. So I basically want map to node, map to world. Oh, man. Transform handles position, rotation, scale. Not every node would be a transform. So the only way this API works is if you go through every transform node. All right, this isn't going to be a quick and easy solution, especially if I want to keep this clean. I'll have to deal with that later. That's why I staged everything, because now I can just do this. Discard. Yeah, I agree with that. I do think LLMs are, honestly, I think they are a better Google / Stack Overflow for finding like esoteric examples and how to use Now, the downside to that is sometimes it does get it wrong, but it doesn't get it wrong enough for me to not use it. It honestly, it gets it right more often than not, or it gets it to a point enough that I understand it, so then I know what to actually look for versus like scratching my head trying to figure out that there's this bug in Raylib that isn't working because the LLM was able to scan the source code of Raylib, Emscripten, and GLFW to determine that the reason my event handling was off by 10 to 25 pixels was because Raylib wasn't accounting for a size of a window inside a browser. You know, that kind of thing. I never used IRC. That was not really in my realm of communication. I was always like a AOL, Yahoo. Trying to think what else. Email, obviously. All the different pre Facebook, pre MySpace social media sites. I guess I could start giving this some color to make it look more like my website as well at some point. Okay. So I think all of this is good. We've got camera offset, camera. That looks good. Node. I do have to figure out if I want to split out transforms. Honestly, the real solution is to probably use an internal entity component system to handle transforms. That's going to be a lot more work. I've done that before in the past. It would be technically more performant in the long run, but it would be negligible compared to what I'm using this for now. Implement. Dang it. All right, we're going to push that up. And I think that is about where I'm going to end things. I want to say thank you for all those who came by to say hi and check out what I am all about. If you're still new or if you're just lurking, just know I'm C++ software engineer over 15 years with my domain or my expertise is like modeling, simulation, cross-platform application development. So basically what you're seeing on screen and what I'm doing is what I do professionally for my job. And especially when it comes to like maintaining a cross-platform C++ project. I have a video out as of today on YouTube that goes over in detail how I set up my C++ projects to compile for all the different platforms and all the different compilers. It's not extensive, but it does cover Windows, Linux, Mac, Android, WebAssembly. And I also have a blog post with all of that information in text format. It's in the description of that video if you care to check that out. Let's see, what else? My long-term goal with this streaming thing is to educate, maybe learn something myself, explore different programming languages when the time comes, do all that kind of fun stuff. How long till video? Yeah, the video's out, Devtron. It should be out. I scheduled it to release earlier, and it apparently did not release like I thought it would, so I had to manually turn it on. But it is available now publicly. It should be, I hope, on my YouTube channel. What else? Tuesdays, Thursdays, game night. I take a break mentally from programming because, as anyone who's a developer knows, Programming's exhausting. It's a lot of thinking. It's a lot of head down typing and just nonstop, right? So I like to take a break. So Tuesday, Thursdays around 5:30 Eastern Standard, I'm playing a game. Currently playing Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition. If that's your jam, come hang out. If not, not a big deal. Eventually we'll play some other games. I just don't know what I want to play yet. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, generally 5:30 Eastern Standard, doing some C++, as you see, getting this game engine up and running so that I can start porting my game over. My game isn't anything yet. There's a prototype that I did in Godot. It's tactical situation, probably RPG like. I'm a huge fan of D&D, so it would be kind of weird and maybe cool to integrate some like D&D game systems into like a fighter top-down fighter pilot game, or it might be terrible. I have no idea. We will find out. But yeah, so doing that, weekends, it all depends. I try to hop on if I have time or if I have nothing going on or I'm bored, and I'll just do a surprise pop-up. Am I good at first-person shooter games? That is a great question. I used to be. I think. I used to play. I was big into Halo, the original Halo games. I think the most modern first-person shooter game I've played is Destiny 2. Before that, I played Black Ops 2, I think was the most recent. And I don't remember what the rankings were, but and I don't know if this means anything, but in Black Ops 2, I think I sat around a 1.5 to 1.7 KD. I don't know what the KDA was. It probably would have been like 4 or 5, right? Do the whole nuke rotation, nuke the entire playing field kind of thing. But man, I haven't played in a minute, so I have no idea if I'm any good. I think I'm probably good enough to figure some things out, but any kind of competitive game, you know how much effort it takes, right? You got to like devote yourself to learning the maps, learning like getting a feel for where everyone is at all times so that you know where to like place your crosshair, that kind of thing. Like I'm aware of all of that. My reaction time probably won't be great. Competitive wise, big fan of Rocket League. I play Rocket League, or I've been playing Rocket League since like, oh no, 2017, somewhere around there, 2018. I have a few hours in Rocket League. I do okay in World of Warcraft. I have played vanilla hardcore World of Warcraft. I have not made it to 60. I've made it to 42, but I don't play it that much. I hop into retail every now and then to play with some friends. Big fan of like survival crafting games. I play those with my friends all the time. But yeah, that's kind of where things are. Some of my favorite games ever is RPG games. So Baldur's Gate, obviously, I'm playing that right now. What else? Baldur's Gate 3 is probably one of my top games ever. Skyrim is up there. Though these days Skyrim kind of feels out of date for me, so I don't really play it much. Indie games? Some indie games. I don't have any off the top of my head. Usually an indie game I'm probably grabbing to play with friends, so any of the like smaller run around and play. I'm trying to think. Is it Schedule 1? I don't know if that's considered an indie game. I know that got big for a minute. Played that for a little bit. Technically Stardew Valley was an indie game. I did play that. So if indie games make my radar, but to be fair, if I'm sitting here playing or developing a game, it might be worth research to play some other indie games and see like how people come up with gameplay elements and what makes a game fun. I think that's worth exploring for sure. What else? I am always open to pause what I'm doing and talk C++ with you guys. I love sharing knowledge. I love learning myself. I don't know everything. I'll pretend to know everything, but I don't know everything. Road to Vostok. I'll have to look that up. I like keeping up with a couple of streamers, just general gaming streamers. I like to see what they're up to. I enjoyed watching OnlyFans back in the day because, you know, I was a World of Warcraft player, so I enjoyed watching them. I suspect I will try some other programming languages at some time. I'm not sure when. I do kind of want to make some progress on this engine first. I think that is all I have for now. So yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate you hanging out. Thanks for stopping by. If you haven't, feel free to check out that YouTube video if you're curious about CMake presets and how to set up C++. And tomorrow I'm going to continue my Baldur's Gate playthrough. And Wednesday I will be back to programming. So until then, thank you. Have a good evening.